Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another qualifier, another edition here of the RSL, the Revival StarCraft League Season 4 2026 qualifier for the Korean server. I'm of course VIP, and I'm about to be visible. Hold on. Un momento, here we go. But yes, we're here, we are back. We were live earlier this morning. When I say this morning, I mean 1.5 hours ago. We were live an hour and a half ago with the Americas qualifier, but now we're here with the Korean qualifier. Let's go. Bearing in mind these are server qualifiers, not region locked or region based qualifiers. And here we go. We're jumping into our first series of the broadcast, and spawning in the top left hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran. It is Gumiho. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Taiwanese Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Offside Esports. It is Rex. The king himself. Let's go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our initial best of 3. Let's go. Let us go. And again, if you missed out on the American server qualifier, I highly recommend checking out the VODs. The VODs are live over on YouTube. We had an intense series, a lot of intense series actually, some crazy upsets as well. And if you missed it, well, there's a reason why some players are missing from this qualifier. Byun, Shin, and Chan, they did qualify for RSL through the Americas server qualifier. Percival barely did not quite make the cuts. Likewise, other players like SOS didn't quite make the cut either, but now they are back. They're back for another chance, another opportunity here to qualify for the RSL, bearing in mind that later on this evening, we then have the European qualifier. So we just had the Americas qualifier, into the Korean qualifier, into the EU qualifier. That will be later on in the evening. We will not be casting the EU qualifier. It's at like 5 a.m. It's at like 5 a.m. my time. I could try to cast it, but we're covering other things later on at 11 a.m. so sleep is nice. Sleep would be nice, so we won't be covering the European qualifier, but I'm sure other people will be, right? I'm sure there's going to be other language casters and other English casters covering that event instead. For now though, going to be settling in, and so far Rex expand economic opener here by Gumiho, standard stuff. Rex likewise going hatch gas pool, everything looking normal for the time being. Meanwhile, a big shout to Rex of course, he was at one point the best Zerg player in Taiwan, might even still be by the way, but nowadays Rex, he's more of a content creator and caster. He does a lot of casting, does a lot of content creation, even does run some of his own tournaments as well, like the Rex March Madness, which did take place last year. So again, Rex, he's given a lot back to the community and does a lot for the Taiwanese scene as well. But as a player, he also has upsets. Like, as a player, he's still a terrifying opponent. I still remember him in the last season of WTL, Rex versus Cure, Rex versus Raynor. The ZVZ was insane. I still do recall, still have the recollections, still remember those matches. Rex is an animal, and definitely a threat. Definitely can be a threat to these players. He's an underdog for sure, and the other players are more favored in a longer standard game, but if Rex can catch you off guard early on, then happy, he can pop up. He can get you. Speaking of, we do have an extra pair of Lings on the way. Third base is being taken. Everything's still looking more or less standard. We'll see if Rex does go for an extra pair of Lings, though, if he tries to get across them. But yeah, there it is. 14 Lings on the way. Rex is going for a massive Ling flood. The goal here is to avoid the Hellions. If he can catch the Hellions... Oh, God, Gumiho's going for his own move out. Jesus. He's hunting Overlords. He does hunt down the Overlords, and does he get one? Ooh, barely gets one. Supply blocks. Rex, he's going for the other Overlord. Oh, no. He's going for the other Overlord as well. Now, thankfully, Rex was already making Lings. His goal here was for economic damage, and now his goal is to shut down these Marines. But can they shut down the Hellions? The problem is they have to reveal themselves. Here they are revealed, surrounds the Marines. Does shut them down at the same time. We have more Lings getting across the map as well. We have 2 Hellions about to pop out, and Rex, he does force a cancel. It does cancel the CC. Lings, they attempt to surround. They don't quite get it. Nice movement here with the SCVs. They protect their body block for the Hellions. More Lings they come in from behind, and SCVs, they will go down. Oh my God, they line up though. Jesus, the Hellion volleys are crazy. 4 SCVs. That could have been so much worse. Despite that though, 4 SCV kills canceled the third CC. True, did cancel the command center, so damage was done. And now we can take a moment. We can take a breath here. Now we can focus on droning, on saturation. Gumiho's third CC is delayed, so he does take a bit of a blow economically, but he does still have these Hellions. He has potential for damage, as I believe he will be making more Hellions behind this. He has a reactor on the factory. we'll keep an eye on him. Still just catching up, still recovering. Moving out with now 6 Hellions. And yeah, we have more. Yeah, 2 more on the way, getting up to 8. Gumiho, he is one to mix in mech from time to time, so mech is on the table. Not saying he will 100%, but it's something in the back of my mind. I'm sure in the back of Rex's mind as well. He does like to mech it up. Does like to mech it up. Hellions, they threaten a dive. They deny mining. 3 drone kills. 3 drones go down. Gumiho rotates over towards the 3rd base. Ooh, and denies more mining. Doesn't catch the larva. Does deny mining time. Nice counter damage here by Gumiho. And Jesus, how many Hellions are we making? Getting up to 10. Jesus. 10 Hellions on the way. Ashema, Ashema. Stream 3 hours ago. I mean, the last cast was an hour and a half ago. I mean, that's when it ended, to be fair. And there it is. We have confirmation mech. 2 more factories on the way, so we are going to mech it up. We're going to make it happen. As Gumiho, he does attempt. I mean, he does trade decently well against these Lings. He does slip away. Meanwhile, fast lair out of Rex. Getting to his lair. Rex is yet to confirm what's going on. The Ling slips in. Oh, that should not have happened, but Ling does slip into the main base and does confirm all the factories. Bam, instantly Roachhorn. Roachhorn as a response. The Banshees have arrived. Gumiho does threaten the mineral line. Can he force a cancel? Uh-oh. Yeah, the Banshees are a little bit too close. And they're going to be zoned back. At the same time, Hellions, they bust into the mineral line, and then we're getting it a hand. We're getting it a hand here. 8 drones going down. The boys are being pulled. 10 drones falling. Critical damage as more Hellions have arrived, and this is too much. This is becoming a game-ending damage at this point as 20 drones get roasted. Ay, getting up to 21. Barely not, but 20 drones go down. Critical damage is being dealt, and Rex, he is in the gutter economically, and they're still not done. We still have 2 Banshees. They still find more damage. 22, 24, 25. Oh god, 25 workers going down, and behind this we have mech on the way. Battle mech at that. Hellions, Cyclones, Gumiho is gearing up into the mid game, and Rex is stumbling back at home. He still can't even afford roaches. He's still stuck re-droning. Rex needs time. Rex, he needs a lot of time to recover, a lot of time to recuperate. The problem is that Gumiho should not give him that time. The problem with Battle Mech, of course, is Battle Mech is a little more active. It's a little more active, a little more in your face. It is a little more of an aggressive variation of Mech, and it's going to be coming his way soon. It's going to be a tough hold here for Rex. It's just been a rough early game. It's been very chaotic. So many drones have gone down. 28 drones going down in total. Now, this is a way to recover. We have an infestation pit. Now, there's a world, right? There's a world where if Rex's creep spread is on point, and if Rex can lure the army deep on creep, and if he can flank the army with an infestor and with a fungal growth, then sure, like that is a way to recover. And that's kind of what I'm expecting here is infestors to lock down the army and to potentially catch Gumiho with his pants down. It's a bit of a Hail Mary play. Hail Mary play. Jeez, the range. And there it is, 2 infestors. 2 infestors, again, looking for those fungals. Meanwhile, big shout to Silly W in the chat. God, yeah, hello, bienvenidos. Thank you so much for the support. For subscribing for 13 months. 13 months. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. As here comes what we were scared of, the move out. Gumiho, he has Macro accelerators. He does not have Blue Flame, at least. But here comes the army. The Hellions, the Cyclone, the Battle Mech has arrived. At the same time, we do have those 2 infestors, and the fungal is going to be available. There's potential to catch those Cyclones. Can he catch the Cyclones? It's Rex setting up on our hand side. He's setting up here, hopefully looking to catch the army. Gumiho still rotating, sharking around, waiting for Blue Flame. True, Blue Flame is almost done. Just waiting for those upgrades. Even as Hellion, sorry, medevac support. Okay, I mean, sure, they can heal Hellbats. True. Speaking of, here they come. Hellbats, they morph in. The fungal lands on the Hellbats. And a good chunk of Hellbats do go down. And so far, Rex is holding. Rex does hold on. He shuts down the Hellbats, forces them back. Cyclones do all escape. So far, so good. I mean, it was mainly killing Hellbats. They're a relatively cheap unit here, but Rexy does hold his own for the time being, and I believe he's holding onto another fungal. Oh no, did he lose an infestor? He did. An infestor was picked off, so he has no fungals left. He's making 3 more infestors. Takes a long time to gather that energy. He's making 3 more infestors. Gumio still has momentum. He's moving out with his second wave, this time with Liberators and more Cyclones. Much more Cyclone heavy composition. Liberator harassing on the south side. Gumio pushing right through the center. Pushing in between the bases, clearing out more creep. Doesn't want to get caught by fungal. So again, he's still being active. Gumio's maxed it. Jeez. He's maxed out. Hey, these medevacs were interesting to say the least, and now they have even less of a use, but sure. Gumio does push in towards the 4th base. Cyclones are locking on. Bailing's speed is just not finishing. 5 more seconds. Here come the fungals. Oh. So far, just grazing the army. Nothing major yet. Oh, lock on the infestors. Nice spread here by Gumio, and the fungals are not connecting. Yeah, no major fungals. With that, Bailings, they try to rush in. Once again, nice kiting here by Gumio. He takes down the expansion, bullies the army. More shots going up, catching up more roaches. And yeah, these have been rough trades here for Rex, as he will lose the mineral line. 11 drone kills. And the Cyclones are not done. No, more drones. No, the transfer. The long distance mining. 23 drone kills. That's crazy. Ay, ay, ay. 24. Again, liberating into the main base. Also wreaking havoc. Getting more kills. Kill even more workers. And again, Gumio is still not done. Because he retained all those Cyclones, he can just keep pushing. Keep pushing, keep going. 27 kills in the main. And the 4th. This was the 5th. Now Gumio just keeps on pushing. More lock-ons. Files do catch the Liberators at least. True. Liberators did go down. Does kite back against the Bailings. A decent fungal. Catching out some of the Cyclones. And technically Rex, he's holding on, but what's he holding on to? Rex is down in economy, he's down in army. What's scary here is the supply. The supply is lying to you in a sense. Gumio is up in army supply, but he's actually further ahead. Remember, Roach Ravager is inflated supply, so Rex even has less than normal, even has less than what it seems. Aliens, they bust into another mineral line, and more drones getting roasted. And again, it's just been a domino effect here of just everything going from bad to worse. Bases going down, workers going down. It all came down to the Hellion harass earlier, the Hellions and Banshees. They killed 28 drones at the start of the game, and that set Gumio up for success. We mentioned earlier that there were chances here to recover, and we did see some decent fights out of Rex with those fungal growths, with those engagements, but they were not good enough. They were not good enough. As 28 more drones go down. Gumio kites away. No, catching up. Three infestors go down. Should not have happened. Should not have happened here. And Rex is just being torn apart. It's being torn apart. The northern 4th base does fall. 33 drone kills. Oh, I thought that was liberated for a moment. Another hatchery goes down. But Rex is hanging in there. Hanging on back. No, not again. The drones! The drones stack up, and just like that, they get roasted, and 18 more drones go down. Rex down to 40 workers. GG gets called, and Gumio takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Gumio does take a lead in the series. Again, Gumio just had a very strong start to the game. When it comes to StarCraft, early game economic damage is brutal, and it does have this cascading effect. We saw that Gumio, he killed 28 workers at the start of the game, so Gumio, he got ahead early, and he stayed ahead. Rex, he was just unable to recover and recoup from those losses, just playing from behind the entire game after that early economic damage. GG. GG, well played. With that, Gumio takes the lead in the series, but now we're going to be loading into game number 2. loading into game 2. Game 2 is going to be on the Old Republic, and we're hoping that Rex can have a cleaner early game here to build up into the mid game. If you remember, Rex initially wanted to be aggressive with Lings, but he kind of ran into a more aggressive Hellion setup from Gumiho, and the Lings, they didn't really get the damage he was hoping for. I was hoping for more, but we'll see. We shall see. Likewise, when it comes to Gumiho's play, do we see mech again? 2 games in a row? There's a high chance. There's a very high chance. We're going to be loading into a larger map, so I would say that Battle Mech is less effective here on the Old Republic, but we could see, I mean, there are other variations, right? We could see BCs, right? We could see BC Battle Mech instead. We could see a more Banshee-heavy composition. We could be seeing more traditional mech. There are options here for the Terran. Speaking of, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran. It is Gumiho. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Taiwanese Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg representing Offside Esports. It is Rex. The Tyrannosaurus himself. Let's go, let's go. Whew. As we now enter game number 2 here, and again, eyes are mainly, I mean, I was going to say on the Zerg player, really on both. As I mentioned before, Gumiho is also a very chaotic and a very aggressive player. Personally, that's why I do appreciate casting Gumiho and watching him and seeing him play. Gumiho is anything but standard. I would say he's probably the most chaotic Terran player out there amongst the top Terrans. Yeah, specifically amongst the top Terrans. Does often do things his own way. I appreciate it. Do appreciate it. The downside is that he's very volatile. Gumiho, he reminds me a little bit of Hero, where because Gumiho comes up with his own builds, comes up with his own styles, is very unique in his own way, it means that at times he can look amazing, and other times he can fall on its face. Like, it's, the highs for Gumiho are high, the lows are low as well. So, can be very volatile in terms of results. Very volatile. But always a treat to watch. Always. So now standard opener out of Gumiho, just going for the Rax expand. Likewise, Hatchcat's pull out of Rex. We're just waiting for the mid game, waiting to get into 3 bases. The early game here is looking as standard as possible. We have seen some variation in the early games, of course, when it comes to like proxy Raxes, 2 Rax, 3 Rax. There are definitely some things you can do early on, or even early pull timings, but especially on a map like the Old Republic, I feel like it kind of disincentivizes that. So we're just settling it. Rex is a fun caster. Let's go, let's go. Unfortunately, as much as I love Rex, he's a good dear friend. I haven't, not native language, so I don't tune into his cast, unfortunately. But good to hear that he's an entertaining caster. Much love. Got a lot of love for Rex here. Oh. As Reaper dips in, gets 1 drone kill so far. Nice pick up at Agumi here. Kimiko is my favorite Terran to watch. Yeah, for sure, for sure. He's up there for me as well. He's up there. So he wants that drone. Oh, he wants it. Oh my god, he gets 2. 2 drones go down. Nice pick up here by Gumiho. As he does check the gases, no extra gas mining is going on. Can he get a 3rd drone? No shot. He should not. And he won't. Oh my god, as he does barely get away from the Queen. Second Queen is here on the left-hand side, and the Reaper, can he get out? 9 seconds away, he does escape. Ay, ay, ay. 2 drone kills, does get out of the main base. Back at home, what do we have to work with? 3 CC. 3 CC Banshee out of Gumiho. Standard build, standard game. Same opener that we saw last game, as we should be going for an add-on swap into Banshees, but the follow-up is what I'm interested in. Last game, he continued Hellion production, went for the Armory, it went into 3 factories, into Mass Hellion, into Battle Mech. Do we see mech again? Do we not? Oh, already a unique variation here. Already an adjustment, I should say. Viking first. Does open Viking. Now, what is scary about a Viking opener? Viking openers typically entail BC. Typically. Not in this case, but a Viking does mean that you can hunt down the Overlord. You can hunt down the Overlords, and you can make sure that Rex doesn't scout your main. And because of that, very often we see a Viking be made, a fusion core at the same time, and then you can hide your tech and hide your build. And because of that, Rex, he's going to be second guessing himself, right? Once the Viking is revealed, is it BC? Is it Banshee? Is it a faster switch out into, you know, a heavier stim timing? Like, what exactly is going on? It's on Rex to confirm, and the Overlord is caught. Meanwhile, Lair first out of Rex, going for an earlier Roach Warren. I think this is a good call. The chances of Gumiho playing mech is quite high, so Roach Warren does make sense against that. We can see, though, Stim. Stim is on the way. There is no mech in sight. We are getting into bio. Stim is on the way. Double eBay as well for double upgrade. So Gumiho is switching gears, and Rex doesn't know. He doesn't know yet. Link Scout is attempted. So far, 6 Hellions are revealed. This time it's only 6 Hellions. Remember, last game we went up to 10 early on. This time only 6, which is a standard amount. No major tells yet. Rex taking his gases. Investing into Roach speed. Banshee spotted. Rex, he does overshoot though. Doesn't quite catch the Banshee. No Spore in the mineral line. Yeah, no Spore in the mineral line. 1, 2 drones go down. The Spores are in position for Liberator defense. For Liberators instead. And that's going to be 5 dead workers. 7 in total. Remember, the first Reaper got 2. So it's been 7 drone kills, getting up to... Oh god, we're not done. The Banshee on his own getting up to 8. 8 drones go down. The detection has arrived. And Gumiho gets the hell out of there. Saves the Banshee. Meanwhile, back at home, just securing his third. Securing his third base. Saturating. Building up his bio. Now, Rex, I meant to say. Rex, I was curious to see if he was going to commit into an all-in or not. Now, we can see he takes his gases. Gases being taken, more drones are on the way, 4th base is on the way as well, and more importantly, Rex throws down an infestation pit. This tells us that Rex is taking up into a longer game. He's not going for an all-in, and he's going to get up to a 4-base setup and in towards even hive tech. Now, the early pits, second pit? Okay, there we go. Baneliness is on the way. Baneliness tells us that Rex is going to go Roach Ravager into Ling Bane. So into eventually melee upgrades, into a more solid and well-rounded mid-game composition. The bio is revealed. Now Gumiho is 100% certain. Now he knows. Rex is now aware. Instantly, we do have the hive on the way. If we're rushing into the hive, then the goal might just be to rush into the Ultra Cavern. Might be the go-to. The biggest downside here of this build and this style that Rex is going for is the lack of anti-air, right? There's no Hydrogen, there's no Spire, so draw play can be very frustrating to deal with. Your main form of anti-air is going to come in the form of the Viper. Like Vipers with Parasitic Bombs. And the Queens, of course. Now Gumiho is pushing. Here comes his move outs. What do we have to work with? We have 2 tanks. 2 tanks behind this. 4th CC is on the way. Gumiho is expanding. Oh, Baneling's speed is very delayed here. The hive is what? The hive is done before Baneling's speed. No. Delayed Baneling's speed here by Rex. Without Baneling's speed, he can't engage. Here come the Vipers. Viper production has begun. Banelings, they graze the army, but that's it. Yeah, no more Banelings here. You have 20 Banelings morphing in. Are they going to be denied? No! Yeah, 0 Banelings. Without Banelings, there's no answer. The bio army cannot be stopped. Gumiho, he can stim, and he can win. Honestly, he just keep pushing. He doesn't see, but we can see that we have only units being produced. Gumiho taking it slow. Pulls back around. Baneling's speed just now finishing up. But already some rough fights here for Rex. And Gumiho's not done, he's still pushing. Here, Leaf poking forward. His tanks are setting up. Now, there are 2 Vipers, if I recall correctly. Yes, we have 2 Vipers gathering energy. So some Blinding Clouds, some well-placed Blinding Clouds may be allowing Rex to take a fight and to clean this up. tanks are spread. Kick on the lightning clouds, gets one. Gets one, covers 2 tanks, there's still 2 tanks remaining. Nice spread here by Gumiho, and he just overwhelms. Yeah, Gumiho overwhelms, he's just too far ahead. There's no Ling Bane. Ooh, some of the bombs do connect though. Bowser grazes the army. Gumiho takes the bombs to the face, he just keeps pushing. Oh my god. Takes down the 4th. The army is somewhat oversimmed, the Medivacs are running out of energy. But Gumiho, you can just keep pushing. You can still just keep pushing. One of the Vipers did survive, just barely. Now we have the Ultra Cavern on the way. At this point, Rex, it's a little bit ambitious. He's going for it. Just gotta survive until the Ultras. We can do it, man. We can do it. Oof. Yes, tanks are pushing forward. Banelings, they mainly crash into Marauders. Oh, nice Lightning Cloud. Nicely timed. But still not enough. At the same time, Ling Rambai does hit the 3rd base. The last Gumiho has reinforcements back at home. He has not been rallying. He was banking up at home instead. But now it's time to reinforce. And now it's time to move out. And when the reinforcement wave hits, Rex, he's not going to have enough to defend. He's going to have 1 Ultra. Let's go. He's going to have 1 Ultra list. With 1 upgrades. 2 is still in the way. Kindness plating is not going to be done for it. Shout out to that 1 Ultra. Let's go. Banelings, they do graze the army. Some okay connections there with the Banelings, but alas, the Bio army keeps moving forward. At this point, we're running out of roaches. There's 1 Ravager left, down to 0 Ravagers. Gumiho now within range of the mineral line. Rex trying to make a stand. Oh, that's supposed to be. Yo, there's the Ultra. We got him. The Ultra has arrived. Let's go. Second Ultra as well. But again, they don't have upgrades. They're 1/1 Ultras. No kindness plating. Marines, they can just stand their own. They can hold their ground against this. Yeah, Marines, they go to town. GG gets called, and Gumiho does take the series 2-0, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Gumiho does claim the series, does advance on. Much love here to Rex, as Rex, he did have a couple of different approaches here, both in Game 1 and Game 2. Game 1, Rex tried to be more aggressive, but he ran into a massive amount of Hellions, and in the end, he was punished for his early game aggression as well. Meanwhile, here in Game 2, we saw a different flavor of Gumiho, going into Bio this time, not going into Mech. But alas, the early game aggression was insane. I'm referring to the Banshee harass, the Reaper harass, the Banshee harass early on. What was it, like 10 to 12 drone kills? It was insane how much the Banshees and the Reapers were able to achieve early on. And that set Gumiho up for success, as he was able to build up into his stim and tank move out. That hit at around 8 minutes. His 8-minute move out was brutal. Again, we saw that in that initial defense, Rex, because he was stumbling his way into the game, late Baneling Nest, late Baneling Speed, late Baneling Setup, he was trying to hold on with Ling Roach Ravager, and he was just being bullied there by the army. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations, and let's catch up with the rest of the bracket. Let's go. Let us go. As we should have some updates here. The first round has concluded already. Okay, we were actually we were the last one to finish. I mean, there was some long games. But let's zoom in a little bit here. Hold on, there we go. Okay, so up first we have SOS. SOS took down Percival to feels Percival, man. Percival, he fought so hard this afternoon in the Americas qualifier. I mean, he was so worn out as well. He was so tired and gets knocked down in the first round. He's taken down by SOS, so shout out to SOS. He's up against Cure in the next round. In my mind, Cure is one of the heavy favorites to make it through. Like, Cure, he's a big name here in the bracket, and he's favored to qualify, so best of luck to anyone facing off against him. It's going to be Cure versus SOS. Scrolling down, we have Creator. Creator takes down Roxas. Bunny takes down Perceive, and we have Creator versus Bunny in the quarterfinals. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Nightmare. Nightmare takes down Sword of 2-0. Nightmare's up against Rogue in the next round. Meanwhile, we have Gumiho. Gumiho takes down Rex. Gumiho is up against Trigger in the quarterfinals. That's our next series. That is our next series. So we're just going to be quickly setting up here. Vitas are underway. Up next is going to be Gumiho versus Trigger in a Terran versus Protoss matchup. Meanwhile, when it comes to the other streams that are going on, Gemini, he's casting, and Gemini, I know he was covering Nightmare versus Sort of. In my mind, he would have followed Nightmare into Rogue. So Nightmare versus Rogue should be casted by Gemini. If you want to tune into that series, it's got you covered. He does got you, or he has you. Otherwise, we have a break. Otherwise, we're going to be going on a short break. I don't know if there are some other... Oh, right, yes. We also have Ryung. Ryung, he's casting. If you're curious, if you're wondering, like, where's Ryung in the bracket? Ryung is casting. He's casting the bracket as we speak. He is the Korean official caster. And we also have Shin casting as well. So Ryung and Shin are casting. When it comes to other players that are missing, if you remember, Maru did sign up. Maru did not check in. So Maru is going to be absent for this season of RSL. Likewise, Solar is also missing. Those are some of the notables that we did take note of in the last qualifier. We were having a look and seeing who was missing and who wasn't. The players that come to mind for me are Maru and Solar. Cure was also missing, but Cure did sign up. Bearing in mind as well that they might still play in the European qualifier. So again, Solar and Maru and all the other players that don't make it through this qualifier have another chance in the European qualifier if they're awake for it. True. If they're awake at those degen hours. Otherwise, the Vitas are done. Vitas are done. Catching up. Give me one of the OG mech users. Yeah. He does still incorporate mech. I mean, hey, we saw it in game 1, right? Game 1 of that last series, Gumiho did play mech. And still does mix it in. Otherwise, we're going to be going on a very short break. Here. It looks like we need a couple of minutes, a couple of moments. So we'll see you soon with Trigger versus Gumiho. See you soon, baby. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the RSL Revival StarCraft League Season 4 2026 Korean Server Qualifier. We just wrapped up with our first matchup with the round 16, but now we're here in the quarterfinals. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the Canadian Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Basilisk. It is a Trigger. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran, the red Terran. It is Gumiho. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. The winner of this matchup will advance on to a qualifying match. Remember, it is top three. Top three will qualify for the main event. And we still have plenty of amazing players here. We still have Rogue, we have Cure, we have Creator, Bunny, Trigger, and Gumiho as well. I can see them both being deserving of making it into the main event, but we'll see. What I will say coming into this is, personally, I lean towards Trigger. Trigger has been very in form and very in shape. Trigger's been looking like a beast as of late. If you watched him during Rongi Cup, who did Trigger beat? He knocked the hell out of Clem. Clem got knocked out in the quarterfinals by Trigger. And Clem, he arguably has the best TVP in the world, 100%. Clem's crazy. And for Trigger to beat Clem, like, Trigger can beat anyone. He can beat anyone in the world, in PvT specifically. I will say that Trigger's PvZ is a little bit lacking, in my opinion. That's one of the matchups where he can struggle a little bit more in. But PvP and PvT, like Trigger, he's locked in. He's locked in, Pat. So for any Terran or Protoss opponents here, they're going to have a hard time against Trigger. And we'll see what Gumiho has up his sleeve. Now, what I will say, you know, Trigger, sure, he's beating players like Clem, he's going toe-to-toe against players like Maru, right? Like, Trigger's looking amazing in PvT, but we did just speak about something regarding Gumiho in the previous series, and it's applicable to this matchup as well. That's the fact that Gumiho is not a standard player. He does not play like these other guys, and practicing and doing well against Maru and Clem doesn't prepare you for Gumiho. Nothing prepares you for Gumiho except for Gumiho. Like, so I'm ready for some mech. I do expect to see mech at some point in this series. Mech is still seen from time to time against Protoss. It's much more niche than it used to be last year, but still seen from time to time. Gumiho, in my mind, is one to whip that out at some point in the series as well, and we'll see what else he has up his sleeve. For now though, the first Reaper does dip in, one probe does get picked up. We have our tech of choice, Twilight Council opener out of Trigger. Meanwhile, Gumiho, he himself did go for a more tech heavy start, going for a faster factory into early Cyclone play. Okay, so here we go, we're setting up. CC's gonna barely be delayed. It was at, like, what, 99%? CC's barely delayed. The Adept has controlled the low ground, and until the Cyclone pops out, Gumiho, he cannot expand, he cannot mine, he cannot take it as natural. So Gumiho did kill a pro, but at the same time, at Trigger, he gets even more damage done across the map, at least until the Cyclone arrives. Here we go, Cyclone does arrive. At Trigger, he gets the hell out of here. Very nicely timed by Trigger. He pulls out. Trigger does pull out. Behind this, we have Gumiho getting to his own drop play, Widowmine, Starport, into Medevac, and to move out across the map. Gumiho vying for map control, and Trigger throws down extra gateways. So on a map as big as Winter Madness, I was expecting more greedy play out of Trigger, but no, he throws down 2 more gates in addition to the 1 gate he already has. A 3-gate blink out of Trigger, considered to be much safer. It is a little bit of a versatile opener, allows you to be defensive, allows you to be aggressive, not as aggressive as 4-gate, not as greedy as 2-gate. Right down the middle. Right down the middle here. Does go for the Robo on 2 bases as well. We could have seen a faster expansion, but Trigger is playing it safe. That's Trigger setting up. Moving out with this Prism, eventually about to apply some pressure here. At the same time, Gumiho dropping with his own Medevacs, with his own Widowmines. And now remember, this drop isn't really about dealing damage, it's about scouting, about getting a read on what's going on. Gumiho has to confirm, you know, what's the timing of the third base. Third base is now being thrown down, and the Reaper does confirm. Gumiho now knows this is not a greedy build. Otherwise, the natural would have more progression on it. Sorry, the third would have more progression on it. Mine drop into the natural. Trigger, he does react, does pull away. Oh, nice retargeting. So at Trigger, we gotta split. We gotta split the boys. No! Yeah, Trigger misjudging a little bit here, and we deny extra mining time, so not bad here by Gumiho. Again, it wasn't about killing workers, but it was about denying as much time as possible, being as annoying as possible. So nice retargeting there by Gumiho. He still has one Widow Mine left in the chamber. At the same time, Stalkers are getting across the map. They do kill the tank though. Yeah, tank gets sniped. Nice pick up, but now another tank does rise to take its place, and Gumiho, he's holding onto his main. Trigger, he can try to slip past. At the same time, mine drop back in. Oh, this time Trigger does pull back. Dropping back into the main. The tank does cover the main production line, but the Stalkers are getting behind the mineral line instead. Yeah, SCVs are falling. 6 SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. Nice lock on here in the Prism. The Prism does get picked up. It's gonna... No, the Prism lives! Wait, what? It's a bit of a give and take. Very messy here. No, Trigger, he does fly too close to the sun. He will lose the Prism and all 4 Stalkers. Ay, ay, ay. That should not have happened. But again, a very messy, very chaotic engagement here by Trigger, losing everything. Does lose it all. And suddenly, I do actually prefer Gumiho's position. On the one hand, Trigger, yes, he's getting his third base up and running. He's saturating. He's dealt with the Widow Mines. He's building up into the mid-game with charge. That is true. But without that War Prism, without all those Stalkers, Trigger can't really threaten the bases. Now, Gumiho is more free to drop. Previously, if there were still Stalkers containing, then Gumiho wouldn't be able to move out. But now he has the option to. Spots the Observer. Does spot the Observer. Gumiho does respond with everything. Does ah no, the Observer should go down. No, never mind. No scan. Wow, no scan available on either CCs. The Observer gets away. Observer gets away. Gumiho, he's been spotted. He's trying to be active, trying to move out. As he moves out, at Trigger, he's in the center. We'll see if we can spot him. He does. Does spot the main army. Trigger is aware. Back at home, Colossus production has begun. A charge is complete. Trigger trying to set up for a flank. And does spot the army. They spot each other. Yeah, wise choice by Gumiho. Wise choice. He's aware of Stalkers on the left. He's aware of Zealots on the right. Pulls back. Pulls back. Doesn't want to get surrounded. Actually, he actually pulls back and rotates. Just a lot of posturing. A lot of posturing is taking place. Zealous distracting the main army. First Colossus has arrived. And Trigger looking for those tanks. Trying to collapse in. So far does miss the army scan. Likewise looking for the main army as well. Oh, does he see? Oh, he doesn't. Oh my god. Casito. If the army's engaged, Trigger 100% would reset the tank count. He would have called those tanks. But Gumiho does pull out just in time. Now Gumiho reinforces. Gumiho stepping in. Can he get the Colossus? Oof. Okay, tank shots going up. Colossus does pull back in time. Oh no! Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there. The Colossus is exposed for a second, taking a lot of hits. Taking a lot of damage. Tanks, they should retarget. They do. And the Colossus goes down, but so did the tanks. So a bit of a trade, a bit of a back and forth, but in the end, Gumiho, he can reset the rest of the army. Stims on forward. There's not enough support for the Colossus. Gumiho, he takes it. He takes it. Colossus goes down. And Trigger's hurting. Trigger, he plummets here in supply. Expensive losses for Trigger. Even if Trigger does hold here, he lost 2 Colossus. That should not have happened. As we mentioned, the first Colossus did miscontrol. He did actually move command. He did accidentally move command forward for a couple of steps. Did expose his first Colossus. And with that, Trigger, he does take a very rough fight. Gumiho takes a lead. Gumiho takes a lead, getting a 4th base. Macroing up. Going for what, a 10-minute quadruple mine drop. Let's go. You rarely see mine drops this late into the game. Rarely see it. Especially because you prefer to have those mines with the main army. Scan reveals the Stalkers. Trigger once again trying to set up for a flank, but he does run into the army instead. And Trigger gets to get out of here. Has to pull away. Once again, just a little posturing. Mind jump with the third. And into the fourth. Trigger, does he notice? Oh! Does pull away. Yeah, pulls away in time. Good reaction. Nice reactions here by Trigger. Now the Mind Shield goes off. This pulls back the main army. And Gumiho can now expand. Now the scary thing here is the fourth base. Gumiho, a Terran player getting a fourth base in TVP, does allow them to max out, does give them momentum, does give them that economic lead. As the fourth base is being taken, Trigger should have a fifth. Should have a fifth base. But again, it's just been a very tense game so far. Just a lot of posturing. Trying to catch each other out. Speaking of Trigger leading out Zealots, Observer gets caught. Vikings, they get some free damage, a bit of whole damage here on the first Colossus. And Gumiho protects his third. Sorry, his fourth, I should say. And his third. But he protects his expansion, claims his fourth base. Planetary's on the way. And again, this is a scary moment for Trigger. He can't just let these bases get up and running. And again, he's trying to catch up the army, but nice Storm. Storm lands. How many had Templar? 7. Oh god, that's a lot of Templar. He's got 7. Oh no, he had 7. As one gets sniped. Down to 6. 4 with the main army. Attempted Zealot run by. Decent engage here from Trigger, catching some Marines. Catching a couple of Marauders, the rest of the High Templar do reinforce. Trigger, he has to be so careful not to clump up. He has a lot of Storms, a lot of High Templar, but at the same time, Ghosts are coming. EMPs are on the way. Templar does full. Tells them a decent Storm. Meanwhile, we have a flanking army. Oh my god, the surround! And Vikings, they reset the Colossus, mass surround on the Protoss. Had Trigger getting caught out. And once again losing too much. Trigger, he lost 2 Colossus and what, 5 Templar? Jesus. Yeah, 6 have gone down in total. Expensive losses for Trigger. Expensive, pappy. 2 more CCs on the way. Second starports. Getting into more Vikings. Eventually into Liberators. Gumiho just perfecting his army. And Trigger, he has to start from the beginning again. The problem is, and this is a big issue with Protoss in general in most matchups, but what happened in the first fight? Trigger, he lost 2 Colossus. What happened in the second fight? Lost another 2 Colossus. Now he has 0. It takes a long time to replenish your Robo army, and to have your high-tech units be reset that often, that quickly, Trigger, he just has no momentum. His main army just isn't, it just isn't threatening. Just isn't threatening. Nice drop. 8 SCVs go down. Zealots, they do find some damage. Prism warps into the main. Okay. Nice damage here by the Zealots. At the same time, main army does try to catch out to Gumiho. Last Gumiho's paying attention. Despite that, 18 SCVs go down. It's a good start. It is a good start. Meanwhile, second Robo has completed, so now we do see Trigger making 2 Colossus at a time. Trigger is catching up. He's catching up back. Trigger, we gotta protect the Colossus, pappy. Protect. As we're getting up to 4 for the first time. True, for the first time this game, getting up to more than 2 Colossus. Trigger is almost there. When it comes to the Viking count, only 4 Vikings? Gumiho is maxed out, but he's maxed out with a heavy bio composition instead. Against 4 Colossus, we need more Vikings. Nice Storm. Oh god, he just eats the entire Storm. Oh my god. Gumiho. Calm down, bud. Calm down. He sees the Storm and he stims in. And this rally here to Ghost they go down. Does land 1 EMP. As the EMP planetary is going to be... No, it's not going to go down. Oh, it goes down. No repairs. Planetary falls. Down goes the 5th. Okay. Again, some nice moments here for Trigger. The Viking count is still only at 4. It's still a very low Viking count against 4 Colossus. I mean, Massive Marauder is quite beefy, and you can see Gumiho setting up for the surround. And it comes in from behind. There's a double storm. Gumiho, he just runs through. And there's the recall. 1 Colossus goes down. He gets 2. 3 Colossus get picked up. You can see just how heavily overstimmed and stormed the army is. It's deep in the red. And imagine 1 storm. What? 1 storm would kill everything. Oh god, no! Oh no, he's going through it! He's crazy! He's going back in! Gumiho, calm down! What are you doing? He's listening to the stream! He's... Oh god! Oh no, everything's back! GG gets called! No, Gumiho! And with that trigger, he does take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. As Gumiho took every single storm to the face and even went back into it. It was crazy, man. It was crazy. With that, GG, well played. Again, Gumiho, he was playing really well. Like, just to wind it back until towards the end, I should emphasize. But Gumiho was taking better fights. He was building up his army. My big concern, of course, was that Gumiho did max out twice, actually, with only a minimal amount of Vikings. So he didn't really have the best army to deal with the massive amount of Colossus he was up against. But he was holding his own. Towards the end, Trigger had some good moments, though. Trigger, who was landing almost every single storm. And he also killed the planetary, right? He killed the planetary, killed the 5th base, which did stifle the economy. But also, again, Gumiho, we gotta respect the storms. Like, he's been spending too much time on Reddit. There's clowns on Reddit that are like, yo, Storm got nerfed, it's useless now. No, it's get off of Reddit, Pappy, get off of Reddit. He's like, no, yeah, I could just stand in the storms now, right? No, respect the storms. GG well played. With that, Trigger does take the first game, and we'll see if Trigger can claim the series from here, or if Gumiho can bounce back. I say in the chat, so when Master Swan come back, or is the series dead? If you, to be fair, not everyone is aware, but do you have a link to the calendar? Hold on. I think that's a command, right? Let's see. Hold on. There we go. We do have a Google calendar when it comes to future events. Yeah, so we do have a public Google spreadsheet, or Google calendar, I should say, that does show our cast for the month. And if you look at that calendar, Master Swan Open is on the 21st. So calendar is publicly available if you do wish to see kind of like the month scheduled ahead of time. But here we go, spawning in the top right hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the Canadian Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss. Oh, we have the Blue Protoss himself from land of, representing Basilisk from land of Canada, leading the series 1-0. It is a Trigger. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran. It is Gumiho. We go. Here we go. What were the bank supplies are even on GG? Remember, the soup lies. What do we say? The soup does lie, Pappy. The supplies were pretty neck and neck there, but to lose that amount of supply and to be heavily overstimmed and to lose the 5th base as well, you could definitely argue that Gumiho could have played it out and could have hung in there for sure. Yeah, those were definitely some, like, a brutal, like, final 2 minutes of the game. Like, that was ah, god. Not like this, man. Not like this. As of now, getting into game 2. Here we go. We're getting into game 2 here. Welcome to White Rabbits. White Rabbits is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Larger map, longer rush distance by ground, and as a result, we do often see longer and later games here. Again, I will say that Gumiho played out the last game quite well. I was very impressed by his army movements, his army control for the most part, up until those final moments. Getting his 4th base, getting his 5th base, outmaneuvering Trigger and out trading him. Like, again, Gumiho, he was popping off until the end. Till the end. So hopefully we can see Gumiho tighten things up and bring us to the ace match. I mean, that's all I want as a caster. Bring us to game 3. We're greedy like that. As that Trigger does open up Twilight Council into Blink. Assuming Blink, technically there are some charge builds, but I don't really think that Trigger is one to embrace charge. Not this early on. Back at home, we do set up as well. CC is almost done. Once again, Trigger is here to delay the CC. Can he do so? Does get in. And this time the command center will complete. Ooh, just barely. CC does finish, and this time Gumiho does have a cleaner opener. As the orbital's morphing in. And the Cyclone's on the way. Behind this, getting to its own 1-1-1. 1-1-1 set up into potentially Widowmine drops again. The build itself looks very similar to last game. Very similar. Last from here, we're just keeping an eye on the gateway count as well. Last game, Trigger did go 3-gate blink into a robo before expanding. This time we have, I believe, 2? Yeah, 2 gateways setting up. Into a 3rd, okay, economic build. This time Trigger, he does adjust, he does deviate, he's going for a much faster 3rd base. So much more economic this time out of Trigger. Ooh, as he does flank the initial Cyclone and Gumiho barely gets away. +1 air attack? That's gonna be a mistake. No shot. As Reaper does slip in, and we should be canceling that. No way. Hopefully we recognize and cancel at some point. Otherwise, we do see Gumiho getting into not Widowmine drops, but instead going for the add-on swap into Banshee. Okay, so no medevacs, no drop play. We have a Banshee base opener instead. As you can see here, there is no cloak, so not investing too hard. Ooh, as the Cyclone does get sniped. Cyclone is sniped. We get a full scout of the main base. Trigger, he does get eyes on the tech lab. He's aware that we have a tech lab. That could be Raven on the way, could be Banshee. Trigger, he has no confirmation yet. Oh, sorry, it was initially Mind Drop. My apologies. Followed by the Banshee. Oh, we're not gonna let this finish, are we? Like this was a fumble, by the way. Like this is not intentional. No shot. Yo. The setup for the late game. Hoping he realizes soon. As Gumiho does move out to expand. Oh. As he moves out though, we do see Stalkers move in. Pick up more Marines. 1, 2, 3 Marines going down. The Banshee does take a lot of hits as well. But at least this does keep Trigger busy while Gumiho gets his 3rd. Oof, as the Banshee is sniped. 3rd CC on the way. They're gonna shaky move out here from Gumiho. Leading out a lot of units. Does he lose another Banshee? Oh my god. Another Banshee. Give me a calm down. Calm down, Pat. As the move out is denied. Gumiho is contained. The Observer, of course, does confirm this. Trigger knows. Trigger does beat out a couple Stalkers, but overall Trigger, he maintains his 3rd. Remember, Trigger, he went for a greedy opener and he does get away with it. 4th at Nexus is now on the way as Gumiho is getting his own 3rd CC. Stalkers, they once again barely don't get the medevac, thankfully. Medevac doesn't go down, but Trigger, he does not back off. For a moment, I was like, oh, we can just take a moment to catch up what's been going on. But no, Trigger, he commits in. He gets a tank. Tank goes down. Medevac as well. Massive pickoffs. As finally, Trigger's going to be forced back. As I say that, we have more Zealots going to be rallying in. He wants that tank. He wants him. He gets him. Tank goes down. Does Trigger another? No shot. Trigger, he barely doesn't get another tank. Did I speak too soon? Oh my god, it's so close. 8 HP. Trigger's still rallying, by the way. He's yeah, rallies the Immortal, rallies the Zealots. Boys are being pulled to repair. And looks like Trigger, he's done it. Yeah, Trigger, he has broken Gumiho. He's getting on top of the tanks. There's no buffer, there's no supports. Again, just non-stop rallying at a Trigger, and he is breaking through. Yeah, the Immortal has arrived, and oh my god, hot pickup micro. Nice done, saves the tanks. Does barely save them. But Trigger's not stopping. Like, he's still warping in. Yeah, still does go for the warp in. Takes out another tank. There's one tank left. And these are losses that Gumiho cannot afford. Losing 17, 18 SCVs. The parade push continues. Oh my god. As Trigger is finally going to be forced back here, but still he gets 21 SCVs. He was able to bring down 22 SCVs in total, 3 tanks, both Banshees, Medevac as well. And behind this Trigger, he's on 75 probes. And he's still not touching. Gumiho he just wants to back up. He just wants to breathe, Pappy. Oh my god. Yeah, no time to breathe here as more Zealots have arrived the Prism as well, going for another warp in. Oh, nice mine shot. Okay, very nice mine connection. As Gumiho's holding. He holds onto the main base at the same time. Warp ins are continuing. Trigger still trying to kill. Does peel off a couple of Zealots. Heads into the mineral line. SCVs are going down. SCVs are falling. More warp ins. Now we have a Colossus as well. Without any defensive tanks, I feel like Trigger should be able to break through here. It is a heavy Marauder count though. That's a lot of Marauders. Yo, we got some defensive Vikings as well. Let's go. Oof. There's one Viking left. Down to 0. Colossus just going to town. The Colossus does get picked up. But again, GG gets called. Gumiho gets overwhelmed. And Trigger, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to a qualifying match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Hyper aggression out of Trigger, just not stopping, not slowing down, just rallying across the map. Fun fact, Trigger until the very end didn't even have a way to warp in across the map. He was warping in from home and walking across. He was just parade pushing from across the map with his charge lots, with his Immortals as well. And Trigger, he barely broke through. Again, initially just trying to be proactive and engaging with Gumiho, catching out the first Banshee, catching out the first Medevac, and they just kept going. He just did not stop, kept going, and was punishing Gumiho's aggression. Again, typically in this kind of game state, the Terran player would take a defensive stance, siege up their tanks, get a bunker, get some depots, and set up on 3 bases. But because Gumiho kept trying to push out, he was out in the open. He was out in the open, allowing Trigger to take better engagements, better fights, and more advantageous for the Protoss. GG. GG, well played. Whew, in the end, Gumiho, again, he was punished for trying to be active, and with that, Trigger, he does claim the series 2-0. Gumiho is out of the qualifier. He is out of RSL. There is still another chance for Gumiho to attempt to qualify. Gumiho, he can, of course, play in the European qualifier. It's at a really rough time, though. I believe it's going to be at 3 a.m. in South Korea. So if he wants to, he can stay up until 3 and can play, but it's a hard decision to make. It's a hard one. But with that, congratulations, Trigger does advance on, and up next we do have Trigger versus his next opponent in a best-of-5 qualifying match. Let's go. We have our first qualifying match. Okay, from the top here, we have Cure versus SOS, still ongoing, still mid-series. They're currently facing off in that best-of-3. Meanwhile, we have Bunny. Bunny takes down Creator 2-0. Ooh, my heart goes out to Creator. I know the Creator is a very emotional player, and again, he's a good, near and dear friend, of course, to the channel, to the CranKy Ducklings. So much love to Creator. Hope he's okay. And I guess, again, as we mentioned, any player that does fail to qualify here has another chance in the European qualifier. Whether they decide to stay up or have a nap, go to sleep, and then wake up, there's opportunity there. There is opportunity. Scrolling down, we have Rogue. Rogue takes down Nightmare 2-1. Oh, goes to the ace match. A little bit surprising. Nightmare, of course, he's still kind of regaining his skill. Nightmare, he retired for some time and is still kind of leveling back up. So very impressive play there by Nightmare. And that leads us into the first qualifying match, Rogue versus Trigger in a PVZ. This is a hard one to call. On the one hand, I did say earlier that in my opinion, Trigger's PVZ, his Protoss versus Zerg matchup, is his weakest matchup. That is true. At the same time, though, I'm thinking about like Trigger versus Solar, or Trigger versus Raynor, or Trigger versus Serral. And if I think Trigger versus Rogue, I think this is going to be a close one. I can see this going to game 4. I can see this going to game 5. I can see this going Trigger's way. I know that Rogue, he has a lot of notoriety behind him. He's a legendary player, of course. He's a world champion, of course, as well. He has a lot of history behind him. But in current modern StarCraft, Trigger, he's been looking like a beast himself. Oh boy. We'll see. We shall see. Vitas are underway, and we're about to get into our best of 5. Here we go. So again, Vita's on the way. Until then, we're going to be cutting to a short break. Going to be cutting to a short break. I believe the current plan is for the Korean qualifier to cover both qualifying matches. It's going to be a longer broadcast. So we're going to be jumping into this best of 5, then another best of 5 in the upper qualifying match, and then, don't forget, bronze match. Another best of 5. So it's going to be a long one. It's if we do cover, you know, back to back to back. So 3 potential best of 5s are ahead of us here. Oh boy. And then on average, best of 5 is around an hour long. So we might be in here for a long haul. For the long haul, Pappy. For now, though, cutting to a break, and we'll see you guys soon after the break. See you soon. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the first qualifying match of the RSL Season 4 Korea Server Qualifier. Here we go. We're here. We finally reached the first of many best of 5s. And spawning in the bottom head corner of Celestial Enclave, we have the red Zerg player, the South Korean Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss player himself, representing Basilisk. It is a Trigger. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our ZVP. And we'll see how our players do compare. As I mentioned before, as we mentioned in the lead up to this, Rogue, of course, he's a legendary player in his own right, a world champion as well. There's a lot of history, a lot of legacy behind Rogue. But in current modern StarCraft, if you remember, Rogue, he did retire, did step away from the game for quite some time. Relatively recently came back and is still trying to regain said skill here. He's even said in interviews recently during Thunderfire that, you know, nowadays he doesn't really devote as much time to practicing, to playing, to improving, and he's hoping to find the motivation to kind of get back into it. Hope he can find that motivation, but as a result of that, someone who does have the passion, who does have the motivation, is Trigger. He has been improving quite steadily over the past 3 years. Over the past 3 years, he's been getting up there to the point where currently I would say that Trigger, he is the best player in the Americas, is the best player. And on top of that, of course, has been spending the past year in South Korea. He's been in Korea for the past year. Actually, I think over a year at this point. Like, it's Trigger, he's been in South Korea since, was it like halfway through 2024? Like August-ish? Like June, July, August of 2024 is when he went. And he was left behind and he's still there. He's still in Korea, man. He's still there. And that's part of the reason why, you know, we've seen so much growth from Trigger over the past couple of years. Been in Korea. Practicing, been improving. We were praising Trigger recently as he had a very strong results at, I think it was Rongi Cup, where he did take down Clem 3-2 in the quarterfinals. But I also did mention that, at least in my opinion, Trigger, his PvZ is where he's lacking the most. Like, we've seen Trigger pop off against Clem, against Hero, against Classic, against Protoss and Terran opponents, against Zerg opponents. It does feel like this is where Trigger is maybe at his weakest, and again, this is where we could see it back and forth. I'm ready for it. For now, though, welcome to Celestial Enclave. Celestial Enclave is one of the most vetoed maps in the map pool. It's like it's very, very vetoed. It has a pocket expansion. It's half a base. Bear that in mind, with less minerals and less gas. But you do have a free pocket expansion to take as a 4th or as a 5th, or I guess even as a 3rd. Trigger taking the linear 3rd base instead, saving that base for a little bit later. But because the 2 bases are so defendable and so secure, it's very difficult as a Zerg player to apply pressure, to harass, and to really get any damage done in the early to mid game. It's easier to be defensive here, it's easier to build up into a longer later game as a Protoss player, and we'll see what kind of direction Trigger takes us in. We have been seeing a lot of charge-based mid game in the past couple of weeks. If you've been watching a lot of Hero and Classic, we've been seeing a lot of charge and less blink, but typically that's on more aggressive maps. On a larger map like Celestial, I'm leaning more towards blink, into maybe even a faster fleet beacon. We'll see. At the same time, Rogue is running. Rogue, hatch gas pool, droning, saturating, claiming his 3rd base. Everything's looking normal from the side of Rogue for the time being. Here we go. Seems that these guys play again in a couple of hours. They do. They play in Little League Cup. They play in Little League Cup. We'll be casting Little League Cup via replays. Unfortunately, we weren't able to cast it live as 2 drones go down. Oh my god. Yeah, the Oracle does fall. Not quite worth it here for Trigger. Trigger bleeding out his Oracle for what? For 3 drone kills. Better defense out of Rogue. Better defense. But yes, we won't be covering Little League Cup live, but we'll be covering it via replays at a later date. We're still catching up with Home Story Cup replays. We'll get there, we'll get there. As Trigger does rotate, looking for a way in. It's going to be a faster lair out of Rogue. Faster lair, delayed Evo Chamber, delayed tech. So Rogue is being greedy. It's being greedier here as well, which is what we expect, right? Like, Celestial Enclave is a game of greed. Is a map of greed. It's, all about cutting corners. Bit of say shade into the mineral line. They pick up 1 drone. Just 1. 1 drone goes down. Meanwhile, we actually spoke about this as the Oracle does try to find. Oh no! The Oracle does overextend. Oracle has to back up, has to pull away. But we spoke about this. Charge. Charge is now in production for Trigger, not blink. Again, this is a much more common follow-up. Going to +1 in charge. Into a more Immortal Archon heavy composition in the mid game. This has been the go-to. It does allow the Protoss player to be more aggressive, more assertive. It allows him to punish a Zerg player for skipping roaches. Speaking of, Rogue is skipping roaches. Straight Hydra Den. Layer into Hydra Den into delayed Evo Chamber, so skipping roaches, delaying Banelings as well, going straight Ling Hydra does mean that if Trigger were to be more assertive and aggressive, he could find some damage. We'll see. Otherwise, I believe Rogue's win condition here is to rush into Hydra Tech and rush into Lurker Tech. Like, we've seen this style quite prominently from Rogue, where he's been very fond of just getting into Lurkers as quickly as possible. Yep, there it is, Infestation Bit. So Infestation Bit, that's for Hive, that's for the Lurker 10 and Lurker upgrades. If you remember, Rogue was doing this quite a lot in the last map pool. The one with the gold bases in the center and the closed off center as well. God, I'm so bad remembering like map names. Ah. But it lasted 2 map pools. It had like a forward third and like a more donut kind of shape, with the middle that was like completely walled off with active like massive tumors that did bleed out over time. Anyway, that was like a year ago. There it is. There's the lurker den. Trigger does confirm. He gets eyes on lurker den. Is aware. A something. Yeah, I think it started with A. Yeah, not Alcyone. Alcyone was a more gray map. It was very yellow. But anyway, Trigger does move out, and there's a window. There's a window in time. Pre-lurker. Remember, what does Rogue have? No banelings, no roaches. And here comes Trigger pushing forward, trying to punish the greed out of Rogue, and trying to kill him pre-lurker. And without lurkers, this army is so fragile. Here comes the first lurker. Yeah, GG. GG gets called. Rogue caught completely with his pants down. Too much greed, and Trigger takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Once again, Rogue was just being hyper greedy. No Roach Warren, no Baneliness, straight Hive Tech, straight Lurkers. He had nothing to defend. GG. And this is also why we've been seeing a rise in prominence of these charge-based follow-ups, because going into charge instead of blink allows you to go for these pushes, allows you to punish Zerg players that cut corners. GG. GG, well played. Trigger takes the lead in the series, and now we're going to be loading into game numero 2. Oh no! Hold on, we gotta... hopefully we can get out of this game. They just started with that Gemini. Can we I mean, it's up to the players here, but yeah, if Gemini's seeing this, hopefully I mean, he can cast from my stream. It's all good. It's all good. Feels bad, man. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner here of Winter Madness, we have the red Zerg player. With the red Zerg player with the South Green Zerg, it is Rogue for Team Falcons. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss for Basilisk. It is Trigger. Feels bad. Feels bad, man. Shout out to Gemini, by the way. Gemini, he is he's covering the event in English, of course, and he's also a part of the casting team for RSL. He puts in a lot of work behind the scenes as well, and yeah, our players were quite fast to get into this game and quite fast to start. My apologies, and again, if Gemini, you can hear, hold on, I'll give him a message. You can stream. There we go. Here we go. We're getting into the next game. And so far, again, Trigger does take a lead in the series. It's going to be a best of 5, so we have plenty more games ahead of us, plenty more games to come. And I would imagine that Rogue is not going to be anywhere near as greedy this time. So far, Hatch Gas Pool. And I should emphasize as well that the greed that we saw out of Rogue was also very map dependent, right? Title Citadel, Celestial Enclave is a map of greed, as we were trying to emphasize at the start of the game. And Rogue was cutting all those corners, and then bam, he got punished. Here on Winter Madness, we shouldn't be cutting as many corners. We should be calming down, playing it safe, settling in. So in chat, do we know if Artos is scheduled to fly out for any kind of final offline play? We don't know that, but I think you can make a safe assumption that he will. But also remember that the offline finals will most likely be in December. So you're talking about like, yo, do we know if Artos is going to go to an event in like 11 months or like 10 months? It's a ways away. So I'd safely assume that probably he will, but that's going to be, you know, in 10, 11 months at the end of the year. It'll be quite some time until that happens. There we go. Here we go. From here, we do have a Stargate opener. Stargate opener out of Trigger, playing standard, settling in. Likewise, a Rogue going for his own third base as well. So far, so good. Likewise, there's no WSS game hard, so we'll do our best to counter unit deaths and to keep an eye on what's going on. We'll do our best. As that Trigger does threaten a shade. Toad ups, they do one-shot drones, getting one, getting two drones so far. 2, 3, 4. Oh, this is getting out of hand. Did we get up to 5? Not quite, but 4 drone kills already. Ay, ay, ay. That should not be happening. So rough losses here for Rogue. As he does move out for a counterattack. Meanwhile, Trigger, he's waiting back at home with that Oracle. Do you have a second Oracle on the way? So building up into multiple Oracles. Into that standard follow-up. And we'll see if Trigger once again goes into charge or if he goes into blink instead. Yeah, it's all good, it's all good. But again, that's quite a ways away. I guess that's a reminder, of course, that RSL is a, you know, multi-year long circuit or like seasonal event. Where there's going to be multiple RSLs leading into an offline finals, most likely in December. Building up to it. Meanwhile, the Oracles, they move out. As they move out, the Rogue does try to move in. Trigger is in position. Double Oracle into the natural. Game 1, game 2. 2 drones do get picked up. Do we get 3? Oh my god, one of the Oracles does sustain a lot of hits and barely does get away. Yeah, barely moves out. So Trigger this time does save his Oracles. And behind this so far, it's been 7 drone kills. 7 drones going down. And once again, the Lair first out of Rogue. Lair before Evo Chamber, before Roach Warren, before anything else. But this time, we do have a safety Roach Warren. True. Remember, last game we skipped it. Last game we did skip the Roaches. So Oracles, they attempt to break in. Rogue does counterattack. No shield battery. Yeah, there's no battery. The Oracles, they're racing back home. Lings are coming for the surround. Not bad. Do surround the Adepts. Last take shade away. And Rogue, he doesn't find damage. Not yet. Now he attempts to surround. Very nice warp in. Trigger, he controls well. Doesn't lose a probe. Doesn't lose any workers. The Oracles, now they do race back home. And again, 1 probe. 1 probe has killed the Adepts as well. So far, a nice defense here by Trigger. Oracles did turn back. And this time, no charge. This time, blink. Blink is on the way. Blink and +1. A standard follow-up here out of Trigger. This would have been a better game for Rogue to skip out on Roaches. So he got the safety Roach Warren. He won't really need it. From here, Rogue is going into Ling Hydra. But again, this time he should not rush into a fast infestation pit. Rogue is droning, saturating, getting his own 4th base. Rogue, he does have Lings. Okay, does have Lings. 18 more Lings are on the way. Coming in for this round. Oh, Stasis goes off. Okay, Stasis goes off the Oracle. They do activate their pulsar beams. Lings are going down. Oh, and the first Oracle does get sniped. Not bad. Rogue holds. Rogue, he does hold on. I say that we have more Stalkers rallying in. 11 Stalkers in total. Warping in 5 Stalkers at a time. As things that do catch up the Stalkers, at least they try to. Gets 1. But that's still a lot of Stalkers. And Rogue is trying to get into Hydra production, still bleeding out a lot of Lings. Bearing in mind that Rogue's economy is still lacking as well. 65 drones, no saturation at its 4th base. And Trigger, he traded well. Looking at the results tab here, Trigger, he lost 5 Stalkers for what? For 65 Zerglings. Did lose both Oracles. True, 2 Oracles did go down, so that was a little bit rough. That were some hefty losses there for Trigger. Trigger is down to 1 Oracle. And Trigger should lose his 4th. Yeah, we'll lose the expansion. Ooh, there's a cancel. 4th base is delayed. Very good setting up. Setting up, building of his own Ling Hydra. Baliness is now done as well. So again, we have a much more well-rounded mid-game composition here. Last game, we were skipping Roaches and skipping Banelings and rushing into Hive Tech and rushing into Lurkers. This time, Rogue is embracing that mid-game, and now we can fight toe-to-toe with Trigger. Can fight toe-to-toe. Storm is done, bear that in mind. We have 7 High Templar, the High Templar that they're going to be rallying in. That's a lot of Storms. And we'll see how Rogue can engage. Here comes that Lurker Den. Den is coming. Trigger moving in. Oh. As Bailey's able to forward, so far the Storms are solid. Bailing speed is not yet done. Ooh, and he's being abused. Yeah, no Bailing speed. Zealous peel off for a flank. Oh, they run into the Bailings. Yeah, rough flank there for Trigger. Even forced to waste a Storm. But there's still 8 High Templar. And behind this, we have a Fleet Beacon. Fleet Beacon's on the way. Trigger is thinking about Sky Toss. Thinking about at least the Mothership. Bailing speed is now done. Trigger, we can't be too wasteful with these Storms. And Trigger does pull back. Yeah, Bailing's getting ready for the run-bys. Are dealt with. And Trigger, he pulls back. He pulls back home. Here we go. We have +1 air attack on the way. For real this time. Getting +1 air attack. We have shield weapons. Tempest production has begun. Getting ready for the Mothership. Second Stargate. Sky Toss is upon us. And this is where I'm concerned for Rogue. Rogue, we've been seeing like a bit of a back and forth here. And for the most part, Trigger has been looking solid when it comes to his economy. He's now walling up back at home. My concern is that Rogue is getting ready for Lurker Tech. Meanwhile, we don't need Lurkers anymore. We need Spire Tech. The Sky Toss is coming. The Sky Toss is on the way. Meanwhile, we do see Trigger out of position. Bailings, take it in. And they bust into the middle line. Probes are going to go down. The Nexus as well. Nice pick up, and at the same time, a massive Ling run by. Thankfully, the wall is barely walled off in time. Does all for the natural. But Rogue, he needs to pull this off. Like, again, before Sky Toss, Rogue has knocked down bases, knocked down the economy. He cannot let Trigger freely get into Sky Toss. Can't let it happen. There we go. Double Spire. Double Spire's on the way. Lurker upgrades as well. Rogue, he's getting ready for Corruptors for the anti-Sky Toss army. Vipers, Lurkers, Corruptors. It's all coming. And Trigger is slowed down. Right, Trigger, he just lost 2 bases, or just lost 1. We're going to be here for a while. We're going to... I still do think that Trigger should be able to perfect his army a little bit faster, but he actually canceled the Tempest. Oh. Yeah, canceled the Tempest, going to Mass Carrier instead. There's a bit of a give and take here. Technically, Tempests are superior. Like, Tempests, they have a little more range, they're a little more efficient. That is true. Nice run by the Rogue. Ooh, kills the expansion. Yeah, it does kill the base. Hatchery was also... Okay, we just kill each other. Rogue will lose a hatchery. Trigger will lose a Nexus. Oh, the contamination. Let's go, man. Let's go. But carriers, they can do well when it comes to being produced a little bit faster and having more DPS output against a ground army. But once you build up into the recall, once you build up into corruptors, that's when carriers fall off. That's a kill, let it cancel, takes down an expansion. At the same time, massive wing run by at the third. We're committing. Now there is still a base recall. There's still an Nexus recall available. Trigger's moving in. There are 10 lurkers to defend. Ooh, oh my god, massive storm. Yeah, storm in the mineral line, but the lurkers, they just go to town on the ground army. Yeah, nice flying cloud as well. The ground army just crumbles. Lurkers, they put in a lot of work, and Trigger, he plummets in supply at the same time. Down with the third base, down with the fourth base as well. Trigger losing bases, losing his main army. Again, he did miss control, pushing into 10 lurkers. That was not the play to go for. Not with such a ground-centric composition. Again, he didn't have many carriers or Tempest. And Rogue, he's doing it. Rogue is doing it, baby. And Rogue, he's pulling Trigger apart. Behind this, a Rogue is building up more corruptors. We got 18 corruptors, 7 lurkers. We got 2 vipers as well. We got a massive army here. And Trigger needs time. He has time to recover. He just misjudged how many lurkers that were in position. Now, as Rogue is slowly building up his army, he's also giving time for Trigger to rebuild. And Trigger, he's building up what? More heights. He's got 9 Templar. God, he's got so many storms. Got a healthy Templar count. The Sky Toss is still a little bit lacking. It's only 4 carriers. If Rogue over invested into Corruptor, then I'd be concerned. And there are 18 Corruptors against 4 carriers. Is there a Greater Spire? No. Yeah, no Greater Spire, so there's no potential for Broodlords. I feel like Broodlords are a much more natural transition here. He's going for the Ultra Cavern. Again, there's no Tempest. There's only 4 carriers. Broodlords would go to town. But Trigger, he's rebuilding his bases. Rebuilding his expansions. Tempest production has begun. Okay. Trigger, he is perfecting his army. Rogue is accumulating a bank, but I mean, he has to. His army composition it's less efficient. And I'm a little bit concerned that Rogue was too passive. Not saying that he could have killed, but we could have seen Rogue be active with these lurkers and rotate and knock down some bases, threaten some expansions. The momentum that Rogue once had, it's not really there anymore. Trigger's maxed. He's maxed out. And he's not maxed with like a subpar gateway army. Like, no, this is pretty high tech. Now, this army is still going to have a hard time pushing into lurkers. Typically against lurkers, you do want a high immortal count, and there's only 1, right? I mean, Trigger's aware of that. He's trying to build up his immortals. So breaking a siege line of lurkers is still going to be very difficult for Trigger. But he can try to outmaneuver and try to knock down some expansions. Rogue's got 15 lurkers. He's set up here on the south side. Leading around on the top side instead. Yeah, going for the Night Storm, trying to abuse the immobility of Trigger's army. Ooh, that's a kill. It's a kill, not a cancel. Nice pick up there by Rogue. Nidus does get knocked down. Still no Greater Spire, bear that in mind. As we're going for the Nidus into the main. Ooh, and there's no warp in. Again, you can see here that Trigger, he's maxed. He's maxed out. He can only warp in 1 unit at a time. But Trigger, he does find some damage. He does get into a mineral line. Yeah, he's pushing further in. At the same time, Lings, they flood into the natural. Nidus into the main. Main army's pushing forward. And can he break the siege line of lurkers? Oh god, so many Archons get picked up. Storm try to zone away. Yeah, but Trigger, he cannot push in. Does get a base though. Okay. Gets the expansion. Ling runway is dealt with. Nidus was cleaned up. Overall, this is better for Trigger. Trigger, he defends and he kills some expansions. Now, if you recall, we were discussing and I was talking about how, like, I would have liked Broodlords better here, and I still stand by that, right? Like, there's still so many Corruptors that could be morphing into Broodlords. But regardless of switching into Ultras, Ultras are a good way to deal with a very heavy High Templar composition. Without many Immortals, this ground army is very vulnerable. Lurkers, they can just ignore the carriers. They can ignore the carriers, just rush in, swipe away the High Templar, and get rid of their storms. So the Ultras have potential. Kindness plating is done. Being dealt with. Overlord as well. 13 lurkers. We have the majority of the lurkers here on the right hand side. What's protecting this center expansion? What's here? Uh-oh. Yeah, the lurkers are pushing forward. I'll say the lurkers are out of position. Main army moves in. There's 3 ultras. There's 3 ultras here. This is a crazy move out of Rogue. I mean, he can trade bases. Who flinches? Who flinches? Who recalls? Lurker, there it is. There's a recall back home. Trigger gets the expansion. Yeah, but Trigger, he flinched. Trigger, he didn't go for it. He did flinch, did race back home. Lurkers, they do pull back. Now the armies are on the same side as each other. On the same side. In the end, that lurker aggression was worth it. Forced Trigger back home. We've got 2 more rovers on the way from Mass Immortal production. Trigger, of course, I believe he did see the ultras. Jesus. Oh god. There's no detection here. The Lanka is back. Oh. Couple of Archon shots going off. These lurkers are exposed. Okay, storms are connecting. Lurkers have to get the hell out of here. All the lurkers are in the Nidus Worm. Still very tense when it comes to army positioning. Very tense. So rallying out. Main army pushes in. Trigger, he responds. Trigger, he's getting himself with the Nidus Worm. The lurkers are trapped. No! Oh, does he get in? Oh, he does get in, but 4 lurkers left behind. Sorry, 6 lurkers left behind. And Rogue is punished. Yeah, Rogue is punished. Rogue, he maybe gets away with 1 lurker. Maybe. Nah. He does not get away. Oh, that's a lot of lurkers going down. That's all 13 lurkers falling. Oh, the ultras though. Ultras, they collapse in. They get themselves with the High Templar. And we come in. Yeah, we came into the fight. 2 ultras left. Mass power bombs. Do we have enough corruptors? Ooh, the answer is no. Corrupt is going to be zoned away. The ground army does come out on top here. The mass immortal reinforcements was enough, and the ultras plummets. And remember, we just threw away all the lurkers. Rogue is struggling. Rogue, he has no money. I mean, he has a bank, true. He has a bank, but he has no mining because he's about to lose his mining expansion. But Rogue, he's remaxing. He's got ultras on the way. They're coming. Nidus into the main base. Setting up for the surround. Do we have a recall? Do we have a recall? No, no. Yeah, we collapse in. The Immortals, they hold their own. Oh my god, we just fight. No, yeah, we just... Who needs to recall Babius? Trigger, he just takes the fight. GG gets called. Trigger, he does stand his ground, and Trigger, he will take a 2-0 lead. GG. Whew. GG, well played. There you go. GG, well played. With that, Trigger, he takes a 2-0 lead in the series, and Trigger, he's one game away from claiming the series. Again, Rogue, he had a bank, but alas, because of his production line, he was just bleeding out ultras, bleeding out ultra after ultra. Nidus was being shut down, and again, at Rogue, he had no more income left available here. Now we're getting into game number 3, potentially the final game of the series. Let's go. Let us go. Potentially the final game. Very good. Whew, we are good as we're getting into game number 3 here. Going to be loading into Taito Citadel. Let's go. And again, Rogue, he initially had the better mid game. Remember, Rogue, he was able to collapse on the army. He was able to catch out Trigger. There was a period in time where Rogue, he was up like, what, 30, 40, 50 army supply. But we spoke about it. Rogue, he was very passive after that. He was very, very passive. He wasn't really asserting himself. I'm referring to the moment when Rogue killed the 4th and 5th base. Remember, he killed both fringe expansions. Trigger, he lost all of his high-tech units. And Rogue just kind of chilled. Like, he just did not press the advantage. Rogue, he just stayed back at home, tried to tech up in a bit of an awkward direction, and it did allow Trigger to recover. Trigger was down and out, but he was able to recover. And here we go. Now we're getting into game number 3, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Taito Citadel, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Team Falcons down in the series. We'll see if we can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is Rogue. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Canadian Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. Didn't think he could do it when he lost the 5th. Then didn't think he could do it again when he lost the left bases. Yeah, I mean, I'm referring specifically to, it was like halfway through the game, maybe, when Trigger, he lost his 4th and 5th base to Ling run-bys. And his main army got crushed. If you remember, he pushed forward into 10 lurkers. And he lost his ground army, right? He lost all the High Templar, the Archons, the Immortals. Like, he lost almost everything. And Rogue just chilled out. Like, Rogue was like, hey, I'm in a good position. I'm gonna just chill and just go for Nidus runs, I guess. So very impressive comeback. Very impressive comeback here from Trigger, taking advantage of Rogue's passivity to be able to recover and bounce back. And again, Rogue, we got to lock in. We got to tighten up here to be able to make a series out of this and have a chance to actually qualify. Bearing in mind, of course, there is a bronze match. True, there is a bronze match. There is a 3rd place match. So whoever loses this series will have one final opportunity to make it through into the main event. Now, I say final opportunity to whoever doesn't qualify. There's still the European qualifier, right? There's still the European server qualifier. I should emphasize these are server qualifiers, not region qualifiers. So Koreans can actually play in the European qualifier as well. The downside, though, is that it's at 3 a.m. It's at 3 a.m. in the morning in South Korea, so you got to go full degen. You got to crack open a couple of Red Bulls. You got to take some coffee. You got to stay up unless you naturally happen to be a degen and just be up at that time. But there is technically another chance for the European qualifier for these players, but it's less than ideal, as they have to play late into the night, and also they have to play on ping because they have to play on the European server. So they don't want to be forced to play in that qualifier, but that is a chance for them. And we have had Koreans qualify through the European qualifier before. Like, it's not unheard of. Like, that's happened. But now though, oh, hello. Trigger going for the Void Ray opener. Okay, so Trigger does mix it up for the first time this series, opening up Void Ray. So Void Ray open out a trigger. With this, the goal is to hunt down the Overlords. Hunt down the Overlords, deny vision, deny scouting, and we could see a much more aggressive trigger this game instead. Let's go. As trigger, he does threaten a shade. Two adepts, they shade in towards the natural. Two adepts take one-shot drones. They get one, they get two, they get... Oh, can we get three? Can we get four? Three. Okay, 3 drones do go down. Honestly, not a bad trade here for trigger. Behind this, the Void Ray is now on the prowl. Does find an Overlord. Hunts down the Overlord. With this, a Rogue, he will not have a scout into the main base. Rogue is going to be playing blind. Does hit the third. Void Ray is in position. Can we force a cancel? Up. Nah, not quite. Yeah, not quite. Rogue, he does pull back. Meanwhile, we have for the first time this series early Evo Chamber. Okay, so Rogue going for the Chamber. This should be for +1 melee. This should be for Ling Hydra. Should be Ling Hydra here by Rogue. As you often don't get an Evo Chamber this early for +1 range or Carapace. Should be for melee. Yeah, there it is. Melee's on the way. So as we mentioned, it is for Ling Hydra. Technically, this could be for Muta play as well, going Ling into Mutas, but that is... Muta play is often off of the back of Roaches, not Lings in this matchup. Usually. Things they poke in, they pull away. Behind this, we have extra gateways being thrown down. Standard follow-up here going +1 and blink, but we'll keep an eye on the gateway count. It is not unheard of to go for an 8 gate 3 base all-in, and that's already a lot of gateways. I believe that's 6. Yeah, 6 gateways so far. If a trigger throws down 2 more gates, and if he doesn't take any gases, then he will commit. Revealing slow mods. Oh, that's cheeky. You would never warp in zealots like this unless you opened up charge. Like, there's no reason. Unless you're also mind gaming, because you should I see more gateways, 3 base all in, 3 base all in, 8 gates set up here, no gases at the 3rd base, and again he's faking charge. Now, thankfully, we do have +1 melee, so Mass Ling and Ling Hydra is ideal against these kind of stalker heavy compositions. But you do want Ling Roach. Ling Bane is going to struggle when he's going Ling Bane Hydra. Oh boy. Okay. We'll see if Rogue can pull this off. We'll see if he can survive. We'll see if he can defend. Because, yep, there it is. Actually, are we getting up to more than 8? We're getting up to 10. It's going to be a 10 gate all-in. Yeah, it's a later all-in here. Interesting. So we can soon warp in 10 units at a time, by the way. It's crazy. So 3 base, 10 gate all in. Triggery does move out across the map. This is going to be hitting with a Warp Prism, not with a proxy. And it's hitting with +1 as well. So it's going to be a bit of a later all in than a regular 8 gate. Extra gateways, Warp Prism, +1. And Rogue has been droning. Oh, he droned up to 70. So Rogue, he did over drone. Jesus, there's Triggery knocks down the expansion. Rogue, he needs time to build up. He's building up his army and more Lings, more Hydras, bringing everything together for one big defense. Can he pull this up? Lings, they come in for the surround. Again, +1 melee is coming in clutch. He's got the melee upgrade. Stasis trap does not quite go off. Rogue, he pulls back, respects the stasis. He's out 45 Lings so far. Creep is receding. We need more Zerglings. Again, Lings are crucial here. Lings, they do really well when it comes to buffering against Stalkers and also collapsing on them as well. Wasting those Stalker shots. As you have more Lings, you can build up more Hydras. Rogue going for a counter. He's crazy. He's going for the counter attack. Hydras are exposed. Yeah, slow lots are moving forward. Rogue, we need those Lings back in him to defend. He goes across the map instead. Gets into the natural, but Rogue is going to be broken. Yeah, he's going to be broken. The poise are being pulled. Rogue is getting desperate. He's getting desperate here. And we'll lose all these workers. At the same time, Lings, they bust into the main. They force offensive warp-ins. It's getting messy. It's getting very messy here. Lings, they killed 14 probes. Decent damage. Slows down Trigger. But was that worth it? It's still close. It's still close. Rogue, he has to... Okay, nice. He's ahead. If Rogue didn't have the gold base, then I'd be concerned. But Rogue, he has the gold up and running. And Trigger does not know. Trigger has no idea. Not yet. He rotates over. Another Ling Runby is being sent out. And Trigger, does he get eyes on the gold base? Can he shut it down?
We embrace the glory of battle.
So we'll see defend. Trigger now he knows. Yeah, he sees the creep. The pressure's on Trigger. He has to deny this gold. And this is how Rogue is affording all those Zerglings. Oh my god, we have Archons morphing in. Lings, they're coming in from behind. The Archons do complete. The Archons, they shut down the Lings. And Rogue's in trouble. Yeah, Rogue's in trouble here. Rogue's just being outscaled. He's got Ling Hydra against Archon Charge Stalker. We got the slow lots coming in. Bappy, the base goes down. Rogue cannot defend. Ay, ay, ay. Este Rogue. As Banelings, they attempt to connect. Nice control out of Trigger. He pulls away. Yeah, Banelings, he gets shut down. And with that Trigger, he just collapses on the final army here. Rogue, he has to commit. He's bleeding out Hydras, and he cannot hold on. And Trigger with a clean sweep. I thought we were going to see a game 4, maybe even a game 5. And I'm still thinking about Winter Madness, right? Like, Rogue, he was still in a better position in Winter Madness. We could have seen an extended series, but in the end, Trigger, he does it. He breaks the main army. Lings, they attempt to counterattack. And last Trigger, he defends back at home. Rallying in more charge. Let's GG, and Trigger, he will claim the series 3-0, qualifying for RSL. GG. Whew. GG, well played here. Again, Trigger, a nasty build as he was hiding his all-in. Remember, winding it back. Trigger, what was this build? He went for a 10 gate 3 base all-in with +1 and with a robo. It's delayed. It's later than a regular 8 gate all-in because you're waiting for the robo, the warp prism, and +1. So it's a bit of a different variation, but he was showing zealots. He was showing and revealing zealots early on, making it look like he was opening up charge instead. So very, very cheeky build there by Trigger. Because of that, we saw that we were setting up, or I say we, a Rogue was setting up with Ling Bane instead, investing into Banelings, droning up as well. He droned up to 70, so he over-droned, did invest into tech he didn't need, and he was caught with his pants down. Also, really bold move to go for the Ling Runby. He went for the Ling Runby. That was the moment where Trigger broke the main army, pushed on in, killed a bunch of drones, got on top of the Hydras. GG. GG, well played. I should also say, like, a shout out to Trigger for adapting mid all-in as well. If you remember, Trigger, he eventually threw down the Templar Archives, and the Archons were crucial. The Archons, they were crucial. They were crucial when it comes to dealing with all those Lings. And with that, GG. GG, well played. We're getting ready here for our next game. We're getting ready for our next qualifying match. Another best of 5. And what the hell? I was expecting this to be a TBT, I'll be honest. Cure is out. Cure is out. Ay, ay, ay. We have instead a TVP spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ruby Rock. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Team Falcons. It is a Bunny. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss. We have the South Korean Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is SOS. I'll fix up the player names. Hold on. Filters. There we go. Whew, but here we go, and if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. It is Gamba time. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series, on who you think will advance on and qualify for the RSL. Very quickly here, Trigger, he just qualified. He has made it through into the main event. If you're a fan of Rogue, do not worry, because he is knocked down to the bronze match. Remember, there is a third place match. The loser of this series plays against Rogue. The winner of this series qualifies as well. This is the upper qualifying match. Exclamation mark be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at it yourselves. But this is the second qualifying match, the second best of 5. Bunny versus SOS. Crazy, Bunny, crazy. Again, I was 100% expecting Cure, right? Like, Cure, he was favored. Cure, he should, like, Cure, he's one of the best Terrans in the world. Like, Cure, he should be here. He should be making it through, but no. What the hell happens, right? That's what I want to know. What happened in Cure versus SOS? What happened in that series? We might get a glimpse. We might get a glimpse of that as Bunny does open up double gas. Double gas opener out of Bunny, going for a faster factory. Delayed CC out of our Terran. Going for the delayed CC. A more tech-heavy start. And again, like, we didn't really see anything too crazy out of SOS this morning. Remember, SOS, he played in the Americas qualifier. We casted him. We casted SOS, and there was nothing too wild going on there. But, yeah, curious to see what he brings to the table here for the Korean qualifier. Of course, Tulsa win. Well, coming into this, I do have high hopes for Bunny. I mean, I'm a bit of a Bunny fan. True. I will admit the bias is real. But Bunny, he did take down Showtime, was it 2 weeks ago in Water TV Monday? Bunny, he won his first Water TV Monday period, just for the first time. That was a couple of weeks ago. That was over Showtime. And I want to say, did Bunny beat Max Pax? Let me just double check. I know he beat Showtime, but just double checking his results. His other TVP result. Matches. So Bunny does dip forward here with his Reaper Hellion. Looking for economic damage. Can he get past? Can he rush past here? For now, just dipping his toes in. There is a shield battery. There is that battery so far. SOS does hold. And let's see, who was it? Let's have a look here. He beat Showtime, he beat SOS. Oh, very nice force field. SOS, he does shut down the attempted dive into the main, and the Reaper Heli is completely cleaned up. Oh my god. There we get a couple of heli volleys in the mineral line, but alas, SOS shuts this down completely. Defends well. It does defend well. The opener here for Bunny was not worth it. Building up into this Reaper Hellion, didn't kill anything. And with that, SOS holds. Now behind this, SOS, what is that tech of choice? Robo opener. No Twilight Council. No Council, no Stargate, going for the Robo. We're going full 2021. Is this Robo into Bay into Fast Colossus? This is a Colossus opener? It's been a couple of years since this has been around. The initial Prism is on the way. SOS does move out, gaining map control. Does find the medevac. Denies the Widowmine drop. And this should lead into a fast Bay. Yeah, there it is. There's the base. So again, Robo opener into Fast Colossus. If you remember, this used to be all the craze. This was around 2021, 2022 era of StarCraft, back when 3-rack stim timings were popular. This was back in Site Delta, the Site Delta map pool. Cure was very fond of 3-racks, and because we would be seeing so much 3-racks and so many early stim timings, a way to shut down Mass Marine was to rush into a Fast Colossus. And once you got your first Colossus up and running, you would shut down those stim timings and shut down the bio. That was back when this kind of build was the most prevalent, but it's been a while since this has been really in the meta. If you remember back then, we were also playing around a little bit with Colossus drop play as well in both PvT and PvZ. We'd open up Robo, Prism, Bay, Colossus, and go for the drop across the map. Australia was very fond of it, as you can imagine. Like Estrella, Nina, a lot of the NA Protosses, and a couple of the Koreans would mix it in as well. Yeah, with that, the Colossus is on the way. Bunny, he's just chilling back at home, trying to build up. So far, there's no major signs of aggression here. As in his 3-1-1 setup, we have Stim on the way, combat shields. Something that's a little bit off is... Oh, no, there it is. I was going to say there's no +1, but +1 has begun as well. So Bunny's just building up back at home. There's still a chance he throws down extra Raxes and commits into a 2-base all-in. There's still a chance. As SOS is trying to keep tabs on Bunny. Gets 2 SCVs, picks up, pulls away. And just keeping Bunny busy. Not just keeping him busy, but also scouting what's going on. So he wants to get eyes on any additional Raxes, on any boy pool as well. Remember, we're loading into Ruby Rock. Ruby Rock has a much smaller map, or is a much smaller map, a shorter rush distance. Bunny does move out. Catching at the Observer. He boosted for this as well. Like the Observer will go down. Snipes the Observer. Stim is done. And here comes everything. Bunny, he rallies across the map. Back at home, there's already 1 Colossus, soon to be 2. Again, this move out, going to be running into 2 Colossus. I don't really see it doing much damage. It depends on the siege. Nice armor shred. Okay. Armor shred connects with everything. SOS has to pull away. Has to pull back, but he has control of the ramp. 2nd Colossus has arrived. We have a 3rd Colossus in production, and there it is, 3rd command center. No boy pool, no 2-base all in. Prison recalls in time. And Bunny, he is forced to embrace a longer mid game. And SOS, he's gotten away with a lot here. Double Twilight Council, I feel like, is a bit of a mistake. No shot he wants to get, like, Blink and Charge at the same time, right? Like, I don't know if it's quite necessary for that. We'll see. I don't want to rule it out with SOS. Like, I don't want to rule it out. Ooh. Once again, there, the anti-armor missile does connect. Does shred the armor. Tanks it within range of the Cyber Core. And nice pick off, bearing in mind there's no charge. Charge begins. And Bunny cannot engage, not without Zealot legs. Sorry, I meant to say SOS can't engage. Not without charge. At the same time, Prison does warp into the main base. Yo, we got the slow lot warp in. The slow lots are coming, Pat. Oh no. Meanwhile, tanks are slowly pushing forward as well. Getting within range of the first Twilight Council. Oh, it was a bait. True. And again, nice Zealot run by here. Oh, sorry, nice Zealot warp in. But again, charge is just so heavily delayed. SOS cannot break out. As charge is almost done. See if he can break out as Bunny is making... Oh, he's going to be reinforcing with 4 more Vikings. Going to have 8 Vikings in total. Likewise, he can shred the armor once again. As he sims in. It does it forward. Did I shot? No shot! 12 seconds? 12 seconds away. Charge doesn't finish. Without charge, again, he cannot break out. Oh, it's going to be so much more difficult. Oh, like he was setting up for the surround as well. No charge. Ay, ay, ay. Bunny's moving in. Can he get the tank within range of the Twilight Council and just deny it? Just he's within range. But there we go. Council is repowered. Bunny does stim in. He wants that Council. He's not going to get it. He's not going to get it in time. And charge does finish just barely. And he commits in. He commits in for the surround. Yeah, Bunny sends forward. There's the auto turrets. Auto turret gets thrown down. Nice spread here. The Zealots will fall. Vikings, they just go to town on the Colossus. And with that, Bunny is done. And Bunny is done. He has broken SOS. SOS tries to pull away. Final Colossus falls. Army sims in. And there's nothing remaining here. It just took too long for SOS to break out. Far too long. GG gets called. And Bunny takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Bunny takes the lead in the series. Again, a really awkward and interesting build here by SOS is what I will say. Going for a Robo opener into Colossus, he got away with it. He got away with it, but his Twilight Council was very late. Later than it needed to be. So late Twilight Council, late charge, late upgrades. Because of that, he just could not collapse on the tanks, could not collapse and engage with the army, couldn't break out. He was just stuck on 3 bases. He was just contained for far too long until it was broken. GG. GG, well played. Until he was broken. And with that, Bunny takes a lead. Bunny does take a lead here, and now we're going to be loading into Game 2. Game 2 is going to be on Title Citadel. Let's go. Loading into that second game. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Title Citadel, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran, as I have to adjust the in-game names. We have the red Terran player for Team Falcons. It is Bunny. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss for streamers. It is SOS. Okay. Do apologize for the blunder in the intro. I have to set up the player name. Un momento. Ha! Almost. The filters. Man, beautiful. Okay, we're good. Good to go. There aren't many players that actually play on barcodes. SOS is one of them. I know that Ryung, he also plays on a barcode as well. He actually casts on a barcode. Esther Ryung. I think Hero as well. I think Hero on the America server is on a barcode. But yeah, every now and then, gotta fix it up. It's all good. For now, we're going to be settling in. We do have our gate expand out of SOS. And I'm curious to see what kind of tech we go for this time. Again, it was surprising, it was shocking to see SOS go for a Robo opener. And I don't want to say that was a reason for his downfall. Like, no, he got his Robo up, he got his Colossus up, he defended against the first push, the first attack. He was doing well for himself, but again, he did, I want to say, the Twilight Council just slipped his mind. He just forgot it. He had the money for it much earlier. He had the money for it, didn't get it. Charge, never finished, or finished at the very end of the game. Couldn't be active. But it's okay. We can shake it off. We can get into game number 2. Oh boy. Now once again, welcome to Title Citadel. Title Citadel is one of the more quirky maps of the map. Pool is often vetoed, but it's a best of 5. Right? Best of 5, so limited vetoes are available. Or vetoes are limited. The goal base is a big factor here. Traditionally, I would say that this map favors Protoss if they can gain map control. This goal base is a big part of that. It is very common for Protoss players to contain Terran players in a longer later game, claim the goal base, and have a boosted economy. But we'll see if the game lasts that long. Meanwhile, big shout out to Babylings. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Welcome back. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. Bienvenidos, welcome one and all to the RSL Qualifiers. We were live with the Americas Qualifier earlier, but now we are here. We're live with the Korean Qualifier. This is the second qualifying match. We just wrapped up with Rogue versus Trigger, and Trigger did advance on into RSL, and now this is the second qualifying match of the broadcast, and there is one more qualifying match after this as well. It's going to be Bunny versus SOS, and then the loser of this series plays against Rogue. So if you want some Rogue action, that will be later on in the evening. That'll be after this best of 5. So we got some Zerg gameplay later on. True. Meanwhile, we do see that SOS, he does delay his tech. He's going for a 3-gate opener. Okay, a very aggressive setup here by SOS. There's a bit of a give and take here. On the one hand, he will have some extra warp pins. On the other hand, though, late Twilight Council. The army does try to rush in, though. Does make it through. Force field was not good enough. Reaper, they bust into the mineral line, and probes are going down. Oh my god, they line up. They line up for the Hellion shots. 4, 5. Can we get 6? Can we get 6 probes? We can. 6 probes go down, critical damage. And remember, last game, SOS had such a clean defense. He shut down the Reaper Hellion, and this time 6 probes do fall. So nice damage here by Bunny. Now this wasn't just damage, it was also scouting. What did he see? He saw all 3 gates. He saw the 3-gate opener, he saw the lack of tech, lack of pylon, lack of anything else as we claim a 3rd base behind this. Jesus. This is kind of wild. Now, typically a 3-gate opener is indicative of aggression because you have extra warpins and extra units, and it foregoes any kind of tech. But we go for a 3-gate opener into a 3rd base, very fast 3rd, but there's nothing to work with. Like, there's a massive window in time here where there's no blink, there's no charge, there's nothing to threaten Bunny. Bunny can respond with greed, or he can even be aggressive here as well. We'll see. It's on Bunny. It's gonna be on Bunny. For now, Bunny, he did scout the 3rd, so he's aware of the faster 3rd. He's aware of the base, he's aware of the late tech. So Bunny's building up. I wouldn't be opposed to Bunny even throwing down 2 more Maxes. He already has a starport though. Yeah, he already has a starport. I was gonna say I wouldn't be opposed to seeing him throw down 2 more Maxes, get into Stim, combat shields, and then just commit on 2 bases. But he already did invest into the starport, so we're investing into further tech here. This time, charge is not forgotten. True. Charge is on the way. Human centipede. Yes, it went full circle. Full circle. Oh, no. Not like this. As the medevac does survive. Gets 1 shot off. So far, just killing 1 probe. So far, kills 1. Bunny's still building up into Stim. Combat shields, +1 is also on the way. He's got his 1 eBay here at the natural. And SOS is getting to a very mass gateway composition here. No gases at the natural or the 3rd base, just mass charge, mass zealots, mass gateways. +1 armors on the way as well to help out with their zealots, to help out with the charge lots. And even setting up for the gold. We spoke about this at the start of the game, but typically Title Sigil does favor Protoss players in the mid-game, as it is common for the Protoss to claim the gold base. And SOS is heading in that direction. Bunny now breaks out. And he gets spotted. Does get spotted by the hallucination. Bunny has to be careful. There's going to be a lot of zealots waiting for him. I would almost say that it'd be unwise to move out like this. Auto harass into the main. So far, there are 15 zealots. Decent positioning. Does try to push in. So far, going to be forced to kite back. Tanks will go down. And that's what he holds. Yeah, that's what he holds. He cleans up all the tanks. Shuts down the army. And this was not worth it for Bunny. Again, just far too many zealots. At the same time, we do have another mine drop, but it doesn't get much done. And now SOS is free to expand. There it is. There's the 4. So SOS, he shut down the army, shut down the move out. He can claim his 4th base, get into the gold minerals, and just overwhelm from here. Bunny's in trouble. I think he's in trouble back. He's forced back home. He still needs to be active. He cannot allow this gold base to get up and running. He knows it. And thankfully for Bunny, where's SOS? SOS, he's distracted catching a Raven. Like the entire army moving out here towards the top side, which means the gold base is exposed. Nice cancel. Nice cancellation. Again, SOS out of position. He's racing on over. The Widow Mine drop here into the natural. Medevac does get away. SOS, he wants to catch the army. Oh, and looks like he does. And this still might be worth it for SOS if he can catch the medevacs. Yeah, 1 medevac goes down, 2nd medevac as well. Bunny does pull out. And we're getting a little bit messy here. We're getting messy. SOS's 4th base was denied, now taking a regular 4th base instead. But SOS does have map control. Maybe looking to contain Bunny. From here, we're taking up, not into Storm. We have the Bay on the way for Colossus. We all eliminated Colossi. from here, the game slows down. We're slowing things down. Bunny, he's building up his third, going for his own double drop. SOS does have a bunch of blind spots here, so he's not fully aware of the move out. He is not quite aware. Does spot the main army. SOS, we got to respond. Okay, he's rotating over. Double jumping to the main. Yo, we got the SCV as well. Snipes the Cybercore. Not bad. Never mind. The Cybercore does survive. Ooh, full medevac goes down. But here comes the main army, and again, SOS is out of position. The expansion is under fire. And it does go down. And Bunny just out positioning SOS. Again, because he wasn't fully aware of the army movement, SOS, he had too much supply dedicated towards the south side. And SOS just can't expand. He cannot expand. He just wants a fourth base. Oh my god. And massive mine connections. Oh, but alas, Bunny cannot fight head on. Force the kite back, and he has to get the hell out of here. Does pull out. Does pull out in time. Now we do see SOS going for the southern base. Scan reveals the Nexus. Bunny knows. He's aware. He's still rallying in. Still rallying forward. Once again, SOS has no vision here in the center. SOS is ready here at his natural base. And Bunny should deny the gold. There's a scan.
Your probes are under attack. Base is under attack.
With that, down goes the gold. SOS trying to keep up. And again, Bunny's win condition is just deny the fourth base over and over and over again. Behind this, getting his own fourth base up and running. At this point, Bunny has a greater economy. That's translated here into a larger army. Bunny up in army supply, which is something you never want to see as a Protoss in PvT. Ah. How many Vikings are we at? 8. Decent. 8 Vikings here. We have the Ghost Academy on the way, taking up into Ghost production, getting ready for those EMPs. Bunny has to be careful, has to respect those Colossus. We'll get one. Does better get one Colossus. That's 2 left. Down to 1. Yeah, 1 Colossus remaining, and the Marauders, they can just stim in. They can just stim in. Where are the Zealots? There's not enough support, not enough buffer. The Zealots are across the map, going for the warp in, getting into the mineral line. But the main army does break through. And catching out the Colossus. And from here, Bunny, he can stim, and he can win. He'll kill the 4th base for what, like a 5th time? Across the map, Zealots are being cleaned up. Bunny, he defends. And there's 1 Colossus left, but there's still some Vikings left over as well. Yeah, the Bay goes down tonight. Extendable lance? Wait, what? At 13 minutes, GG gets called, and Bunny, he will take a lead in the series 2-0. GG. Whew, GG, well played. I didn't realize how late Extendable Lance was in that game. Once again, it feels like it fell by the wayside. It was forgotten. That would have helped quite a bit, actually, keeping the Colossus safe against the Vikings. Unironically, that would have saved a lot of damage and would have sustained a lot less, I should say, against Bunny. But overall, really impressive play out of Bunny. He was just so active, so mobile. As we tried to emphasize multiple times in that game, SOS had a very hard time reading the movement of Bunny's army, whether Bunny was going towards the goal base or towards the top side. SOS was constantly out of position. He had so little vision, so little map awareness, whether it's with spotter units, whether it's with observers or Naga towers. Had a hard time keeping up. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we're getting into game 3. Remember, this is a best of 5. Best of 5, and Bunny is 1 game away from claiming the series. We'll see if he can take it here and now. We'll see if SOS can start the comeback. Again, SOS, he toured Cure, by the way. Like, I still want to know what happened in that series. Like, Cure was heavily favored. For Cure to go down, like, I want to see something here. I want to... What did Cure die for, Pappy? What did he die for? Let's go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Falcons. It is Bunny. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is SOS. Let's go. Let's go. The chroma shirt, perfect for the background. True. I'm fading away into the abyss, Bappy. Yes, my shirt is green and I have a green screen, so I do blend into the background from time to time. That is true. That is true. Fading away into space. Weirdly enough, Rogue and Trigger are going to have a rematch in the Lily Cup. Oh, there you go. There you go. We'll have a rematch. Hopefully, I mean, as much as I would want this series to go the distance here, at the same time, I also understand some players have a bit of a time limit just because of Lily Cup. Trigger, Rogue, some others are going to be playing in Lily Cup as well. Trigger and Cure, that's it. Cure's the other one. So hopefully the schedules don't conflict too much. Hopefully. Because we still have the third place match, right? We still have the bronze match after this. It's a very tight schedule. Very tight. Non-stop StarCraft, man. Non-stop. For now, though, we're settling in once again. Double gas opener out of Bunny. We've seen 2 games in a row now. Bunny committing into Reaper Hellion. Game 1, it wasn't worth it. Game 2, it was. Right? Game 2, remember, Bunny did start the game off by killing 6 probes in the main base of SOS. So we'll see if we can do the same thing again as he's opening up Reaper Hellion. But now, checking the edges of the map, looking for proxies. Last game, SOS went for a 3-gate opener into a delayed Twilight Council. Again, it was a weird start. Game 1, he went for early Robo. Game 3, what do you have for us? Show us what you got. Reaper dips in. Ooh, gets one probe. Gets one and pulls away. Nice start for Bunny. Bunny does pull out. Behind this, getting to zone 111, and oh, never mind. So he doesn't commit too hard this time. Only 1 Hellion. In previous games, he's gone up to 2, like triple Reaper, double Hellion, but here he's going for a faster Widowmine instead. Only 1 Hellion, so less of a commitment. Does mean there'll be additional Widow Mines instead. Oh my god. As the mine does catch a probe. Or was that hallucination? As the army does poke in. And once again, do you see what I see? Just like last game, 3-gate. 3-gate opener into, I would imagine, a faster third base. I'm still on the fence about this, just because it gives the Terran player so much freedom early on. But I guess it makes more sense on 10,000 feet. What I'm referring to here is that typically with an early Twilight Council and early Blink, the Protoss player can apply pressure with Blink Stalkers, right? They can apply pressure, they can contain the Terran, they can threaten Blinks into the bases, shut down medevacs. Oh my god. So have a bit of a trade. But by delaying your Twilight Council, you can't really do that. And there it is, fast third. Same build, 2 games in a row. But again, delaying your Twilight Council means that you don't really have much of a presence, but at the same time, specifically on this map, it is difficult to be aggressive with Blink Stalkers. Because of the terrain, rotating between this entrance here in the main base and the entrance at the natural, there's a lot of distance here. A lot of distance, it's really awkward, so that's why it's typically ill-advised to commit too hard into Blink Stalker aggression here on 10,000 feet, as you're quite limited in what you can accomplish. Meanwhile, Bunny does scout the fast third. He's aware. He's aware of the fast third base. Mine drop is coming in. This time, 3 Widow Mines. Remember, this time we only made 1 Hellion, so there's an extra mine instead. And SOS doesn't know. He doesn't know how many mines are inside. Almost 1, almost 2. Still 1 more. Yeah, third mine is dropped. Can we get the sentry? Up. Nice pickup. Does snipe a sentry. And 2 Widow Mines do get away. They barely do get away here. Oh, I spoke too soon. Oh, gets out. Does barely pull out. And not a bad job here. I was able to scout at least as well. Scouts the natural base, gets eyes on the tech, gets eyes on Twilight Council. Snipes a sentry. And just like last game, we're going to charge and we're going to a big gateway explosion. So again, same build 2 games in a row. I would say that Bunny should be a little bit more defensive this time. If you remember last game, as Reaper dips in, if you remember last game, Bunny's initial move out was shut down. Like, again, SOS, he was able to deal with the first move out, and that's why SOS took the gold base, if you recall, because he dominated that first fight so well, that allowed him to take the gold. Didn't hold on to it in the end. He didn't hold on to it, but that's why he was able to take it initially to begin with. Because of the mass amount of zealots that he had. And we're going to have a lot of gateways, we're going to have a lot of zealots early on. So I don't know how wise it's going to be for Bunny to move out the same way that he did last time. We'll see. SOS setting up a proxy pylon here on left-hand side. With that, he'll be able to warp in, reinforce. Move out gets spotted by the hallucination. SOS is getting ready. Got a cannon, got a shield battery. Zealots do warping across the map. And back at home, there's no bunker. There's no bunker, there's barely any reinforcements. SOS has potential and he'll slip in. Does slip in. Ooh. Nice shot goes off, forcing friendly fire. Boys are being pulled, SCVs are going down. This is getting out of hand already here. 5 SCV kills. 7. Yeah, 7, 8, 9. Oh god, this is getting out of hand. 12 SCVs going down. Bunny, he has to commit. And he gets surrounded. He gets surrounded. First tank goes down. There's 1 tank left. Throws down some auto turrets. And Bunny, can he keep going? Can he keep pushing? He can. We gotta keep going. Nah, it's too late. It's too late. So SOS, he's done it. He defends back at home and he attacks across the map. As you mentioned, we saw something very similar last game. Except this time there was a run by at the same time. And SOS is all over Bunny. He's all over him. Again, against these like early charge builds, it's so difficult being aggressive. It's so difficult committing in such a way. Bunny's still going, by the way. He's still pushing. He's rallying. He's rallying across the map at the same time. Zealots will hit the natural. As Bunny, he's being forced into an all-in. He turns around. Oh, he turns everything around. And look at the worker counts here. Bunny's down to 37 SCVs. That's whole position micro. And that's micro here. Despite that, we'll lose 6 more SCVs. Again, 32 SCVs against the 58 probes of SOS. Bunny, at this point, yeah, recognizing there must be a proxy, does find it. We'll shut it down. But alas, Bunny, he's stumbling his way into the mid-game here. The crippled economy. Bunny does still have a very large army. Like, this army has a lot of potential, of course. But given time, SOS, he's working towards the Bay. Colossus, Blink is finishing up. He's got +1. And to be fair, this is also a little bit on Bunny as well. Like, he kind of autopiloted like the same style he played last game. Did it again. Nice catch on the Stalkers. As we mentioned, like, Bunny still has a massive army. True. But again, the first Colossus is about to pop out. And pre-Colossus, I think he has potential. Another Zealot warping into the main base. Once again, Bunny punished for moving out. Punished for being aggressive. 8 more SCV kills. Oh god. Bunny just has no economy. No. Losing even more. Yeah, 12 more SCVs go down. Oh, bold move. And Bunny, he's going to try to macro. He's going to try to claim his third base, build back up. It's a long road to recovery here. Once again, as he moves out, we have Zealots moving in. I still do feel like Bunny can still win a fight, but only in the near future. Yeah, Scan reveals the 4th base. Bunny recognizing just how far behind he is. It's already the first Colossus. Oh, sorry, now there's 2 Colossi. If there was only 1, then maybe. Oh, god. Yeah, as more SCVs go down, the Zealot Runaways are insane. They just keep getting more down. How many SCVs have gone down this game? 42. More SCVs than there are. The more no. 42 SCVs and there's only 30 SCVs left. Bunny does get an expansion. SOS is out of position. Okay. Similar to last game. True. Where SOS does miss the army movement, but he has 3 Colossus. No shot he can't take this fight. Yeah, he can just collapse in. Yeah, blink shot forward. Oof. Armor shred goes off. Nice connections. He does shred that armor. SOS collapsing in. One of the Colossus may go down. We're rallying with more Vikings, but the Zealots overwhelm the ground army. And with that, Bunny, he has almost nothing left. Forced to pick up. Still Colossus left over. And again, this is all that Bunny had. Bunny plummets in supply. It's all he had left. GG gets called and SOS fights back. SOS puts a point on the board. GG. Whew, GG, well played. SOS going for the same build 2 games in a row, but to be fair, there was a bit of a twist. SOS had a proxy. He had a proxy gateway, proxy pylon, so he could backstab any time that Bunny moved out, and he just kept backstabbing. And it was insanely effective here, just non-stop Zealots in the natural and in the main base time and time again. Again, Bunny, he was committed when his move outs, and he was crippled, he was forced into an all-in, but the problem is that SOS was ready for it. Again, going for this early charge and this heavy gateway style does punish move outs, especially tank-based move outs. It's so difficult to be aggressive against a player that opens up like this. You have to be more defensive, and we saw Bunny punish in game 2 and now punish even harder here in game 3. So we gotta calm down. It doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good to go up against a more charge heavy style, a more gateway, a more like swarm toss heavy style, which is like mass gateway, mass zealots. It doesn't feel good to be defensive and to stay at home and to get a 3rd base and to slowly build up towards a 4th. But that is typically what you need to do here. Doesn't feel good, kind of being stripped away from your kind of map presence and map aggression. But I mean, you saw SOS popped off happy. Punishing Bunny. Let's go. Whew. Let us go as we're getting into game number 4 and spawning in the bottom right hand corner here of Winter Madness. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Falcons, leading the series 2-1 and still 1 game away from claiming this best of 5, this qualifying match. It is Bunny. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone, putting a point on the board and 1 game away from tying up the series and forcing the ace match. It is SOS. Let's go. Most efficient Zealot run-bys of all time. Yeah, it was brutal. The Zealot run-bys, non-stop Zealots, non-stop run-bys. Again, Bunny, he just wanted to be aggressive. He just wanted to move out, and every single time he was punished. It's like, Bunny, calm down. just chill. Stay home. Macro up. Just wants to hop around. As we are getting into our openers, and we'll keep an eye on SOS. We'll see if he goes for the same build. We'll see if he goes into a 3-gate opener, into a fast 3rd Nexus. He's done so twice now. Personally, I'm not fond of the idea of doing this again. We are loading into Winter Madness. Winter Madness is a larger map in the map pool, larger map, longer rush distance by ground. The likelihood of Bunny being aggressive is lessened. There's a lower chance of that happening. So I don't know if there's as much value going into early charge in such a way. As for the first time this series, do you see what I see? Economic opener. Ranks expand. Every game up until this point has been double gas. Double gas openers for 3 games in a row going into Reaper Hellion. This time, ranks expand. So much more economic starts. We should be seeing SOS adapt and adjust. Eyes are on this probe. Hello. Have my attention. So we have our gate expanded to Cybercore. I'm curious if SOS is just hiding this probe for a rescout, or if he does plan on going for a proxy pylon. Curious. Reaper pokes in. Twilight Council back at home. Okay, a Twilight Council opener. If we throw down a pylon, there's a high chance we proxy a Dark Shrine. Rescout. Okay. Going for never mind. Going for the pylon. What looks to be proxy Dark Shrine out of SOS. At the same time, Bunny going for the proxy starport. Okay. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Everyone's proxying. The initial adept does poke in. We do have reactor to Hellion, and why is that? Because this should be proxy starport into medevac into Hellion drop into the main. How many Hellions does it take to one-shot a probe? 3. 3 Hellions to one-shot a worker. We're building up to 4. And we're about to get rowdy. We're about to get rowdy. Now, seeing the reactor to Hellion is already a bit of a tell, right? Like, typically, you would not be reacting at Hellions at this stage of the game off of this kind of opener. So SOS, he should be walling up. Should be getting ready with his SimCity. His Gateway, Robo. Yep, safety shield battery as well. Dark Shrine is getting up to halfway done. No battery in the main base. There is a probe on patrol. And here comes that drop. And how quickly does SOS react? He has 2 Stalkers, he has 2 Adepts. Here we go. With the Hellions, they load up, they're busting into the main. And how many probes will go down? What gets roasted? Hellions are revealed. SOS, he pulls the hell out of the main. Nice reactions. Yeah, he pulls out minimal damage. It is going to be 6 probe kills, which is a good amount of damage, don't get me wrong. But could have been worse. This could have been game. 7 probes go down, and now it's time for SOS. Now it's SOS's turn. Dark Shrine is done, warping in 2 DTs. How many scans do we have? Currently 0. There's currently no scans. The main base just muled. The natural does have a little bit more energy, needs a little bit more time, and we'll have 1 scan available. Oh no! Oh, the Hellions, they bust in! They bust into the natural. Probes are going down. They're getting roasted. They are getting roasted as we speak. 10 more probe kills. SOS is crippled. And do we mule? There's 1 scan. There's 1 scan available. Does he notice? No! He still has the scan, but he does not notice the DTs. And there's our scan. There's our first scan. DT does get away. No, no shot. Yeah, it does get out of range. Meanwhile, second DT's in the main base. Currently, there's still 1 more scan. Hellions are still popping up. And we're getting rowdy. We're getting rowdy. There's too many DTs. There's only 1 scan. Oh my god. Kills 1. Kills 1 Dark Templar. There's still 1 more in the main base. There's still 1 outside of the natural. And now there are 0 scans left. There's no eBay. There's no turrets. There's no scans. There's no detection. No shot. There's nothing. Sorry, the eBay's done. No, the turret is killed. More damage. 11, 12, 13 SCV kills. Turret's on the way. The turret is going to be denied. Still no mining. There's soon going to be 1 scan. Okay, 1 scan. There's 1 scan available. Ah, he just he just walks out of scan range. Oh no. He needs that turret to finish. He needs it to finish, otherwise that's game. He has to protect. No, the DT gets in. Yeah, DT gets in. Turret will not complete. That's a kill. That's a kill on the turret, and that's game. Like, what can we do? There's soon going to be 1 more scan, but this is critical damage. Ay, ay, ay. There it is. There's a scan. There's still 2 DTs. Turret's on the way. Once again, if SOS can get on top of the turret, he gets in. No, he gets on top of the turret. He just can't finish. GG gets called. And SOS, he will tie up the series. We're going to the ace match. GG. Clown Fiesta, papi. The Invisible Man is pretty good. It's pretty good. The Invisible Man, I mean, again, Bunny, he was doing a lot of damage across the map. He killed so many probes with his Hellions, but alas, he had no detection. He had limited scans, very, very limited scans. Whenever he had 1 scan, SOS, he just walk away. He just walk away from the scan, and alas, SOS just had to make sure that the turret did not finish. Just had to make sure the turret never completed, never finished. No detection. GG. GG, well played. We're getting into the ace match. No shot SOS takes it from here. I mean, he could. He's... See in the YouTube chat. Another Trigger Rogue series today? Yes, there is. No. But here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tourmaline. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Team Falcons. He was up 2-0, by the way. He was up 2-0, and now he is being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? Can he bring it home? It is Bunny. Bunny. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss representing Streamer Zone. Can he pull off the reverse sweep, winning 2 games in a row, forcing the ace match? It is SOS. Hi. Yo, Este Chromo in the chat. God, good to see you. Good to see you. Been a long time. Hope you're taking care, Pappy. Hope you're taking care. But yes, SOS never changes. I mean, specifically in this matchup, he has been very crazy when it comes to his builds. Remember, game 1, we had Robo first. We had Robo into Fast Colossus, which again is very out of meta nowadays. It's very old school. Then we had non-stop 3-gate openers into faster third bases, into early charge, which was catching Bunny off guard. And then, of course, last game we had Proxy, Dark Shrine. What about game 5? What do you have for us here in game 5? So far, gate expand. So far, everything's looking normal. We'll see what tech structure we go for, if any at all. Now, bearing in mind, welcome one and all to Tourmaline. Tourmaline is one of the smallest maps in the map pool. Aggression is heavily favored on Tourmaline. This goes both ways. We have yet to see the Terran player here go for an all-in. We haven't seen a 2-base all-in yet, but 2-base all-ins are quite prevalent here on Tourmaline. We'll see how Bunny does approach this. Already, double gas opener, faster factory. Bunny going back to Reaper Hellion. Does fall back to it. So now Bunny's going for a delayed expansion. Technically, this can lead into a 1-base all-in, but I would expect that out of players like Ryung, Gumiho, Oliveira. Back in the day. Yeah, Bunny will expand. Just checking for proxies, don't blame him. Making sure there's no pylon setup. My eyes are mainly here on SOS. GG, that's my boy. Yeah, he does know how to play Protoss. True. SOS. He knows how to make use of his tools, Pat. True. As once again we have a second gateway, and we're expecting a third gateway, but no shot we go 3 gates into a fast third on Tourmaline. No shot. Hellion breaks in. Behind the setting up for his mind drop follow-up. How many Hellions did he make? Only 1. Okay, only 1 Hellion, so going to be switching up and getting into, I believe, a triple mind drop. Did see this a couple of games ago. 2 games ago. He's looking for a way in, and yep, we just see SOS is going for the same build. He's going 3-gate, so 3-gate into a fast third Nexus. A very greedy build here, especially on Tourmaline. I'm not entirely convinced, but depending on the timings and depending on when charge finishes, it might be fine even against an all-in.
Game paused.
As we do have a bit of a pause. Hopefully everything's okay. Meanwhile, behind this, we're just getting to a standard follow-up here. Second ranks, getting to Bio Tank. Tech Lab is on the way, most likely into Raven production. And again, just to re-emphasize, we have 3 gates into a fast third Nexus. Most likely into a Twilight Council, into Charge. And this is designed to punish and shut down tank pushes. We saw this happen in Game 2 and Game 3 of the series. Was Bunny being overly aggressive. We saw it on 10,000 feet, of course. He was punished for his move-outs. And I'm hoping that Bunny takes a different approach this time. Takes a different approach. Yeah. Whew, aye. Otherwise, hope you're all enjoying yourselves. Hope you're doing well. Again, more than happy to wait here. Looks like something did come up here for SOS. More than happy to wait. Bearing in mind, there's still one more series after this. Still one more series.
Game resumed.
So SOS is back. Good to go. Here comes the mine drop into the natural. Only 2 Widow Mines. Okay, double Widow Mine here towards the natural. Reaper heading towards the 3rd. Mine drop comes in, and SOS, he does react. Does pull away. Meanwhile, the medevac does get eyes on the delayed Twilight Council. So Bunny, he's now aware of the build. He knows. He's seen it twice in this series already. And we'll see how he responds. I feel like we need a more extreme response here from Bunny. Either double down and throw down 2 more maxes and just commit, or just get a faster 3rd CC and chill back at home. Reaper Hellion does dip into the main. Charge is being researched. We have the Forger +1. He's just rescouting, reconfirming. Oh, okay. We do have extra. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say we have earlier gases. That is different, but it was a fake out actually. SOS reveals gases. Gases would have been more indicative of earlier tech, of a greedier follow-up, getting into either a storm or getting into a bay. Seeing those gases might prompt Bunny to push. We can see that there are no gases. There's a massive gateway explosion. Instead, it's going to be mass zealots, and SOS, he wants Bunny to push. He wants him to move in. The mind games, baby. The mind games. So I'm a little bit concerned for Bunny. A little bit concerned. SOS is checking for a 3rd CC. Pokes in. No command center. He sees the move out as well. He knows. And SOS needs to get ready. He has to get ready back at home. We have batteries on the way. Cannons as well. Here comes the move out. Remember, SOS wanted this, but can he deal with it? So far, he only has 7 zealots. He needs more. He needs more warpins. Bunny does get a faster 3rd CC behind this, so I do appreciate that at least. He's getting a faster follow-up. He gets spotted. So he wants those tanks. He does move in. First tank goes down. He gets both. Yeah, he gets both tanks. Medevac gets right away as well. Nice pick off here by SOS. As he pulls away, needs extra warpins. Where are the zealots? Here they come. Warping in 6 zealots. And Bunny cannot push in. He cannot push forward, not into this kind of army. Mine drops, they do pop off. It's easy connection. And Bunny has to pull back. And once again, we have a proxy pylon. This time only a pylon, no gateway. You can see here that SOS is attempting to set up for a run by. But claims a 4th base, and honestly, SOS is looking solid so far. So far, at least. The saving grace is that this time, Bunny came back home. Remember, for the last couple of times we had this game, this kind of game state, it was on Title Citadel and also on 10,000 feet. Bunny kept pushing, and he lost his bio arc. He lost his bio composition trying to force his way into the bases. This time, he only lost his tanks. And a medevac. So Bunny, he's retained his army. As he expands, we have zealots here to punish. Which I believe Bunny's now aware of. Scans for the 4th base. And SOS, do we counterattack? Do we hit the mineral line, or do we try to surround? SOS out of position. We've been here before. He just now spots the army. Yeah, Bunny trying to react. Sorry, SOS trying to react. 4th base is cancelled. Nice pick up. So I'll say hit the 3rd base, but this time Bunny's in position. He's ready for it. Let's go. Bunny's ready for the run by. Denies the 4th base. SOS out of position. Scans for the backup 4th. Bunny's in control. And again, he's retained the army from the early game, and now he's got a massive army supply lead. And He's got the supply lead, punishing, bullying back SOS. And SOS cannot expand. He's trying to, though. Takes the northern base. And once again, what I appreciate here by Bunny is that Bunny, he's not pushing into the third. He's avoiding any kind of main army engagement. Does avoid it. Pokes in, kills the fourth base, pulls away, rotates. And again, he's retaining that army. It's building up over time. Scouts the fourth. Bunny does make his way over. Speaking of, Bunny's eating a fourth CC. Again, he's building up into a longer macro game. Does find the Zealot run by. At the same time, we have another run by here towards the third. Oh, this time Bunny's out of position. As I'll say, a move into the depot though. Does give Bunny some time. Lets him react. This Bunny does keep pushing in. Remember, there's no splash damage, not yet. First Colossus is on the way. Bunny, he defends back at home. Yeah, he does defend. Another run by hits the natural. Once again, Bunny, he has enough to hold on. Zealots, they just keep going in, but again, this time they're not getting any value here. Yeah, this time these Zealots are a waste. Yeah, the Warpins have been a little bit more wasteful this time. Bunny, he's adapted. He's gotten wind of SOS's style. There it is. Forces another cancel. SOS cannot expand. He can't get a fourth. It's not happening. Bunny, he even already has a couple of Vikings. And SOS, he wants that fight. Gonna be committing in. Bunny's maxed out. Ooh, nice force fields locking down the Marines. That's a lot of Marines falling. Yeah, Bunny has to get out of here. Very rough fight. Oof. But he does after the clay. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. He does get one though. Gets one Colossus. Ay, ay, ay. An expensive trade here, but hey, Bunny, he already has his third base, now getting his fourth base up and running. He traded with the army, got a Colossus, does evacuate with at least some of his army, and Bunny's still ahead. Bunny still has much more to work with. Still retains his army. And unlike Bunny, SOS can't afford these losses. SOS doesn't have a fourth. Still on the way. Oh, nice pickup. Gets a medevac. Thankfully, because of this aggression, SOS, he can keep Bunny busy. So he's keeping him pinned back at home. While SOS finally expands. There's a scan. Yep, confirms the fourth base. Bunny's now aware, but he can't do anything about it. Well, side they poke in. Poke in, they swipe away at the army. We have a second starport on the way for Bunny. Trying to build up more Vikings. And the Colossus, they're a problem. Still only 6 Vikings. Only 6. Oh. Well, SOS does catch a Viking. Nice pickup. Now, SOS, he has to be a little bit careful here. Once the Viking gun gets a little bit higher, then Bunny can break out and he can dive. And SOS shouldn't be here for that. Nice wipes, gets 4 CV kills. Denies mining at the planetary. Bunny soon will have 9 Vikings. And Bunny's maxing out. And again, I feel like SOS is overstaying his welcome here. EP lands. It does land the EP. Bunny does chase. Yeah, he rushes on forward here. We do have us around with the Zealots. Attempt to surround. Nice mine connections. And mines they pop up. Does pick up 1 Colossus. Only 1. Only 1 Colossus goes down. Depowers the gateways. Still tense. Still quite tense here. SOS switching to disruptors. Disruptors are on the way. 5th base is on the way as well. SOS, he does maintain this position, true. Does maintain. Which again means that he can just keep Bunny busy at home. Allows SOS to get a 5th. SOS regaining control. Tries to catch out Bunny. Still a very low disruptor count. He's got 2 disruptors so far. Does mix in a couple of Archons. CMP lands. Ooh, decent connection. And over goes up with the Vikings. They just go to town on the Colossus. Both Colossus do fall. No more splash damage. And Bunny can sim. Yeah, he can just step on forward. He can just chase SOS down. SOS did ever say his welcome. Also the Colossus. Likewise beating up the Disruptors as well. Losing both Disruptors. And now there's nothing left. Now there's just a Gateway army. There's no backbone here. There's no high-tech units. And behind this, unfortunately, there's no gases. Again, there's no gases here at the natural. We have 2 gases at the 3rd base, no gases at the 4th. So replenishing and replacing those Colossus, they're expensive. They're expensive. SOS doesn't have the gas to spare. And Bunny, he should be the first to max out. From here, he's just refining his composition. Fusion Core, Liberators are on the way. Guys got more Ghosts, more EMPs. Again, Bunny's just perfecting that army. SOS, he's still got a lot of rebuilding to do. It's mainly a Zealot composition left over. Mainly Zealots. We could base trade, which would be best case scenario here for SOS. Potentially. If Bunny turns back around. SOS does hits. So does Bunny. We're trading bases. Trading bases, trading expansions. Again, in a longer game, SOS will be outscaled. Nice little run by here at the Northern Expansion. Very nice. And we commit. we gotta commit. Send it, Pappy, send it. SOS, he does take down the planetary. 3 bases gonna be going down. SOS still has mining. I can't say the same for Bunny. Bunny has no more economy. Now pushing further into the main. Wastes DPS. He's on A move. And Bunny is distracted. He's setting up in his main. Setting up his Liberators. Setting up his Ghosts. That does slow Bunny down. He's scanning. Boys are evacuated. But I don't know if SOS can actually push into the main. Don't know if he can move in. Likewise, I think I do favor Bunny in a head-on fight. And looks like SOS, he's thinking about turning around. Where are we headed? Oh god, oh, he goes in! Yeah, it does push off the ramp. Liberator does go down. And Bunny just making a stand here, trading as best he can. Eventually he's going to be overwhelmed. He's going to be overwhelmed. Does evacuate with 1 medevac. We got the Great Migration, does evacuate the main. But alas, when it comes to the main army clashes, I still do favor Bunny. Bunny still has a massive army. Now collapsing on the final mining base. SOS, he can't afford another Nexus. Probes are in the center of the map. Buildings, they float away. Bunny is safe. And it's going to be on Bunny to hunt down that final Nexus. I say that, he really wants to fight the main army. He wants that main fight. SOS does expand top left. Bearing in mind that Bunny can always land the CC and start muling. Speaking of, there it is. So Bunny still has an economy. Catching out the Stalkers. Gets one. Takes off one Stalker. Oof. EMP lands. The other scary thing here is that the Stalkers are kind of pulling back towards the final Nexus. There's the scan. Yep, does find the final base. We got 7 Ghosts, 7 Vikings as well. EMPs, they shut down all the Zealots. They shut down the shield batteries as well. Yeah, despite all the batteries, they cannot help. Vikings, they catch out the Colossus. There's 1 Colossus left, and Bunny, he can just overwhelm. He just overwhelm. He can just shut this down. He can chase. He can give chase. Oof. And again, the base trade was this was the best chance here for SOS. It was the best chance to sneak out a win. Was to go for the base trade. And hey, he made it close as he could. But he could never fight head on. He could never fight the main army. He could never clash with Bunny. Oof. At least not with everything together at once. SOS is getting out of here. He's gonna try to kite, but the Vikings are catching up. Mass EMP, GG gets called, and Bunny, he will claim the series 3-2, and Bunny will qualify for this season's RSL. GG. GG, well played. Bunny, he will claim the series. SOS, he did force the ace match, bring us all the way to game number 5, but Bunny looked very impressive in this final game. I did appreciate that it did seem like Bunny, he learned from their previous encounters, from their previous games. Bunny, he was able to adapt, able to be a little bit more conservative with his drop play, with his bio army as well. Remember, Bunny, he still went for the same response, going for the tank push, and he was caught out. He lost 2 tanks in the center of the map, but unlike the previous games, Bunny, he retained his bio army. He respected it, he pulled away, he backed off, he raced back home. Because of that, he was able to shut down the Zealot run-bys. We had a lot of Zealot run-bys attempted, and they weren't worth it. They were shut down time and time again. With that, Bunny, he was just building up his army, a more cost-efficient army. We saw that SOS was a little bit wasteful when it came to those Zealots, and SOS just could not claim a 4th base. He tried time and time again to get a 4th base, but Bunny was there to shut it down, and Bunny instead took the economic lead over SOS. SOS had a bit of a back and forth in the mid-game. If you remember, I'm referring to the moment when SOS was in position with the Colossus, denying mining at the Planetary. It was nice. Like SOS, he was killing some SCVs, he was trading somewhat, but he overstayed his welcome. We spoke about it, but he did stick around too long. Eventually, he got surrounded, he got shut down, and he lost all the Colossus, all the Disruptors. He lost everything there out in the open, out in Tourmaline. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations. Bunny does claim the series, and we have 1 qualifying match left. 1 more series, 1 more matchup. It's going to be SOS versus Rogue in a ZVP. Let's go. For now, we're going to be cutting to a very short break. And when we come back, we'll have 1 final best of 5. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely Brutal OST as we've returned. We've returned here with a bit of an update as well. As a reminder, there's one qualifying match. Of course, welcome back to the RSL, the Revival StarCraft League 2026 Season 4 Korean Server Qualifier. We just wrapped up our first two qualifying matches. Both Bunny alongside Trigger have qualified. They both qualified for the main event, and there is one qualifying spot left. And we have one series remaining. This is it. This is it. The final qualifying match here of the broadcast. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Celestial Enclave, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is SOS. Let's go. Let us go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we delve into our best of three. I do emphasize that just because some people might be curious as to why what is going on. Originally, this was going to be a best of five, but just like the Americas qualifier, both Rogue and SOS have agreed to a shorter series. Makes sense. Rogue has more matches to play. For those who are unaware, there's another tournament that's going on, Lily Cup. Lily Cup is, I think, just now beginning, and Rogue is slated to play in Lily Cup, so he's on a bit of a timer. SOS is also more than happy to comply, so they've both agreed for a shorter series instead of a best of five. So best of three instead, to make sure that there's no scheduling issues and no scheduling conflicts. But again, the winner of this series will make it through into RSL. The loser is going to be knocked out, and we'll have to try again in the European qualifier instead. So once again, just to reiterate, best of three, everyone. Best of three. True. For now, we have our opener, Gate Expander, Cybercore standard opener out of SOS. Meanwhile, Rogue are going hatch, gas, pull into a very fast third hatchery. Hyper greed here out of Rogue, and greed is what you expect on Celestial Enclave. If you remember, if you were here for the Rogue Trigger series, Rogue was very similar. Rogue, he was cutting so many corners. He skipped the Bailey Nest, he skipped the Roach Warren, he went Ling, Hydra into Infestation Pit, into Hive, into Lurkers, and he just insta-GG'd because Trigger, he went for a charge timing and just rolled over Rogue as Rogue was being too greedy on Celestial Enclave. We'll see if Rogue gets away with the greed this time, because he is once again cutting corners. Rogue is cutting corners, he's being greedy. We'll see if SOS can punish like Trigger did. We'll see. For now, Stargate opener into the Oracle into a third. Really, we're waiting to see what the follow-up is going to be, whether SOS goes into an earlier Twilight Council or not. We'll see if SOS can punish. We'll see how many corners Rogue is going to cut. I'm making the assumption that he'll be hyper greedy, and we'll see. We shall see. But now he does poke in. Pokes in, thread to dive into the mineral line. Ready. Oh, interesting. SOS is going for the pocket third base. Usually you want to save this base as a 4th or a 5th expansion later on down the line, but looks like SOS wants to claim it earlier. It is safer to take as a 3rd, true, but it's also less valuable, right? There's less resources, less minerals, less gas. Oh, as Rogue does open up Oracle into Void Ray. Okay. Does go for the Void Ray. With the help of the Void Ray, he can hunt down the Overlord. He can hunt down the Overlord, deny vision by scouting. Rogue back at home, still just droning, still just saturating. Just droning on up. SOS moves out. It's nice of them to help each other out when competing. Yeah. I mean, again, I'm sure SOS is also fatigued. Remember, SOS, he played in the Americas qualifier earlier this afternoon, so I'm sure he's also very, very drained. As the Oracle pokes in, gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. 3 drones go down, and no WCS game hearts, so we have to count. But 3 drone kills so far. Meanwhile, Rogue does go straight Lair. That is Lair before Tech, before Roach Warren. So fast Lair here by Rogue, once again, skipping and delaying his Evo chamber, and most likely going into a faster Hydra Den. Rogue is being greedy. Oh, meanwhile, that's a massive gateway explosion. Okay, massive gateway explosion. Early Twilight Council into Glaives. I thought it was going to be charged, but no. This is what, like 6 gate Glaive Adepts? 7 gate Glaive Adepts. Jesus. It's a lot of gateways. And Rogue, if he cuts more corners, if he doesn't make any roaches, then Rogue, he will just crumble. Here comes the all-in. Prism is on the way. Now it makes sense why SOS got the pocket base, because he doesn't really care that there are less resources, right? Doesn't really care as much. He's not playing for a longer game. You could argue that that was a bit of a sign and a bit of a tip off for Rogue that the pocket base was taken. And he's investing into Roach Speed, thankfully. Roach Speed is on the way. Void Ray taking a lot of damage. Oracle does pop off with the stasis, and we're still droning. Rogue, he's still making workers, he's still droning up. He does have at least links across the map to scout and to confirm any kind of move up. But here comes the army, he shades past. Uh-oh, Rogue sees nothing. Rogue, he's still droning, he has 0 roaches, he's going for the Spire. Okay, 4. He's got 4 roaches on the way. Is that going to be enough? How many gateways? I believe it's 7, right? Yeah, 7 gates. So again, 3 base, 7 gate all in. We can warp in 7 units at a time. And we shade him. We shade into the mineral line again. There's nothing at home to defend. There's Queens and the Lings are across the map. They're racing back home. Rogue, his pants are down. The pants are down. Queens are falling one after the other. Again, Rogue, he was so greedy. Lings, they try to engage. Nice kiting here by SOS. There, it does kite away. And the Master Depths, he's snowballing out of control. The Master Depths back. Shades into the main. Shades into the pocket. Prism, so the Void Ray moves in. Prism is still active. Getting into the bases, and so far that's going to be 13, 14 dead workers, and this is critical damage. Everything's flashing red. Everything's flashing red, shading back over, and again, Rogue was just insanely greedy. Once again, twice now here on Celestial Enclave. Rogue was punished by Trigger, and Rogue is now punished by SOS. We just gotta stop being greedy. We just ay ay ay. Border going for the 4th expansion. Adepts are still active, still finding more damage. In total, that's gonna be 31 drone kills. 31. Crazy damage. And the 4th. 31. Oh god, we're still not done. Okay, we can calm down. And with that, Rogue gets a counterattack. Rogue, he's all in, completely all in at this point, as the 4th base is in fact killed. Rallying everything across the map back at home to defend. Now, typically we'd have double Robo Immortal production, but that's late. That's a late second Robo. Look at the bank. SOS, he's been missing warp ins. The macro. Yeah, the macro has been slipping. He's banking 1,000 minerals. No shot. We got slow warp ins. We got the the slow lots. We got slow lots to defend. Rogue, can he do something here? Can he pop up? As again, SOS's macro has been slipping quite heavily here. Lack of warp ins, lack of gas. Roaches are getting to the mineral lines. But with enough warp ins, SOS should hold. He should be able to hold on. I say that we have more roaches funneling in. Yeah, they waddle into the bases. They waddle into the mineral lines. Rogue, he takes an economic lead. This should not be happening. This should not be happening, Pappy. SOS, he got too excited. It happens, right? It happens when you deal so much damage that you get so far ahead that you just stop macroing. You stop popping in, you stop throwing down your tech. Again, late second robo, late saturation of the gas. Lack of warp ins. And we're in an awkward game state now. Looking at the install tab here, 36 drones were killed, but 22 probes were also shut down as well. So we have a bit of a back and forth. I will say that SOS has a slightly better economy once we can get into mining. Does have the slightly better economy here. If Rogue had his 4th base, then I would say that he could drone up and get up to what, like 70 drones? But Rogue did lose the 4th. So it's still very shaky. Still very, very shaky. We're getting messy. We're getting messy, Pappy. Yo, meanwhile, big shout out to Luis GGG. Thank you so much. God, Pappy God. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. Thank you. Thank you. Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos. Gracias. Gracias. Get some food, Pappy. Get some rest. Imagine Solar didn't cancel Rogue, Pappy. Rogue. Not to be confused with Solar. But sure. I understand 100%. Like if the Spire was allowed to finish, then honestly Muse would be popping off, right? Like what shoots up? What shoots up? There's no blink. There's no blink. Nothing shoots up, Pappy. That would have been crazy. As Rogue, he will deny the low ground expansion. Denies the base. I don't think it would be wise for Rogue to try to force his way up the ramp. Again, there's 4 mortals waiting on top of the ramp and a Colossus. So Rogue can just chill, pull back, and expand, and drone. Oh, as more drones are going down, there's no defensive Spore. Spire is now on the way, but again, a very delayed Spire here by Rogue. And now he's droning. Now he's droning up. Okay, so a couple of things here. On the one hand, Rogue, he cannot break SOS, and SOS, he does have a pretty high-tech army. He's getting up to 4 Colossus. Like, it's very small, but it's very high-tech. We got 4 Immortals, 4 Colossus. There's a world where he can move out. He can move out, he can push, and he can try to break Rogue before there are any lurkers or before there are any mutas. Like, Rogue's army is not ideal. Files a... do connect. Did you graze SOS's army? Like, there's a lot of potential here with what SOS has, considering the composition that Rogue is stuck with Roach Hydra. And here he comes. Again, the Colossus are for the Hydras, the Immortals are for the Roaches. Spire's just now finishing, but this army here, it's a death bull of an army. Can Rogue survive? We have 7 Corruptors on the way that will help against a Colossus. There is a War Prism. Okay, War Prism's moving in. Pulling back well. Catching a Ravager. The Corruptors will help though. They're on the way. They're almost out. It's a little bit more time for the Corruptors. A little bit more time. Now they're moving in. Corruptors hit damage up the Colossus. And it looks like as Rogue is breaking through. Yeah, Rogue does break through. Does catch 2 of the Colossi. There's 2 left. Oh god. 2 Colossus remaining. Roach one goes down. It's still quite close. That's a lot of Stalkers. Again, they can hold their own against the Roaches. They can hold their own. The Warprints are continuing. SOS, he's almost broken through. He did reset the Corruptor count. Reset the Corruptors. The Colossus should never go down. Rogue trying to bait him in. 3 damage with the Void Ray. Does get some free damage. Kite's back. Prism does pull away in time. Oh, God, and the Colossus, they just swipe away at the army. The Immortals, though, oh, losing 1. Yeah, 1 Immortal goes down, but we just dive on the army here, and SOS, has he done it? He has. He kills everything. The Ravagers, the Lings, the Hydras as well. The Colossus, they just rain down on the army, and remember, the Roachhorn was killed. There's no Roach reinforcements, it's just now starting. Lings are trickling into Colossus. And again, SOS, he will kill the 4th. He's killed the 4th base. Keeps going for the Warpins. And he's done. Like, he's like, there's no Ravagers, there's no Hydras, there's no Hydra units. The Roaches on their own, they're not enough. They're not good enough. Not anymore. And SOS, what a roller coaster ride of emotions. Like, SOS, he had won this earlier with his Glaive Adepts, and then his macro was slipping. This game was closer than it needs to be. Much closer. But he's done it. GG gets called. SOS will claim game number 1. He takes a lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. SOS does take a lead. Again, a very chaotic back and forth here. Very chaotic. Yeah. But again, does take a lead, punishing Rogue for his greed. The Mass Adepts were popping off. He killed, what, 35, 36 drones across the map. It was crazy damage with the Adepts. But then, of course, wasn't macroing, wasn't spending his money, wasn't warping in, wasn't setting up defensively back at home, and we had more of a back and forth there. In the end, GG, well played. SOS does bring it back, does bring it home, and SOS is now 1 game away from qualifying for the RSL. One more game is all he needs. Meanwhile, the pressure is on Rogue. Now, that greed that we saw last game, the hyper greed of skipping tech, of rushing into the Spire and joining up heavily, we shouldn't be seeing that here on the Old Republic. That is specific to Celestial Enclave. True. Like, that amount of greed is specific to the map. Here we should be calming down. And spawning in the top right hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the South Green Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Team Falcons down in the series. He has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player, the South Green Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is SOS. Let's go. Let us go. As welcome to the Old Republic. The Old Republic is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Larger map, longer rushes and spike rounds. One of the big features, though, is the fourth base options. Whether it's the low ground 4th base or the linear 4th base, they're both quite open. They're both quite exposed, and we have seen many a Terran and Protoss players struggle to defend these locations. Typically, this map does favor Zerg players getting into a longer game. If we can get there, though. If we can get there. Remember, last game, if it showed us anything, it showed us that SOS is willing to be hyper-aggressive and willing to go for these all-ins to catch you off guard. So that's something to bear in mind. We'll see how Rogue adjusts. As we mentioned before, I do expect to see Rogue be economic here, but I don't expect him to be as greedy as last game. We should be seeing a faster Roach Warren and a commitment into Roach production as well. It should be. Or potentially an earlier Evo chamber. True. One or the other. Ace matches in this best of 5? Nope, best of 3. I did mention this at the start of the series. Once again, I guess to reiterate, both players did agree on a best of 3, not a best of 5. Originally, it was meant to be best of 5, but again, has been changed, has been adjusted. And yes, it is because Rogue is playing in Little League Cup. So they agreed for a shorter series. Meanwhile, Stargate opener out of SOS. So let's go for the Stargate. Wikipedia said best of 5, but it was finally updated. Yeah, I mean, Wikipedia is updated by the people for the people. So hey, if you're in the chat and if you happen to be a part of the tournament, and if something like this happens, you can make the change yourself. You can go in there, make the change on Wikipedia. By the people, for the people. But here we go. Here we go. As we do see SOS delaying the third base, thankfully for not too much longer. The goal would have been to delay the third base until the Adept arrives, but the Adept was a little bit too late, and Rogue does take his third. Behind this, it was a Stargate into Node Oracle, Stargate into Void Ray first. Okay. SOS does go for the Void Ray. With this, SOS can hunt down the Overlords, deny vision, deny scouting, and we can high-tech behind this. We can go for a Twilight Council, Fleet Beacon, second Stargate, or just expand and get into a normal macro game. Third base is being taken. Everything's looking normal so far. Oh, as SOS, he will actually miss the Overlord. Barely, just barely. The Overlord does slip by. SOS is looking. Oh, Lings, they do slip by. That should not have happened. Yeah, Lings, they slip into the main. Boys are being pulled. No major damage, but again, does get a full scout. Full scout of the main base and confirming that there's no tech yet. Not yet. As Rogue is droning, it is going to be a very fast lair. 410 lair timing. Oh my god, okay. Second Stargate. Okay, second Stargate's on the way. You're hiding tech, but the Overlord was never killed. The Overlord can still scout. Rogue is going in. The Overlord. The Overlord scouted so close. Get in there, Pappy. Get in there. Now, double Stargate, this could be two things. Either Mass Oracle. We can just build up and go Mass Oracle. No, he's making more Void Rays. Yeah, double Stargate Void Ray production. Yo, it's 2022 all over again. Professor. In the dark times. Like quadruple Void Ray openers into Fleet Beacon, into Tempest Rush or Carrier Rush. Dark times. As Rogue doesn't go in. No. Rogue, go for it, Babby. Go for it. Double Oracle into the natural. Distracting Rogue. Gets a couple of drones. Does pick up a couple of workers. Again, we have more Void Rays amassing. The Overlord doesn't quite commit. And with the Forge here, Forge Twilight Council, it looks like Void Ray into charge. Looks like Void Ray, mass charge lots. Looks like the setup here that we're getting into. Meanwhile, Rogue is just expanding, getting his fourth base, taking up into Hydras. Just focusing on its economy. Building up back at home. And we'll see what SOS can accomplish here. He does move up with the first two Void Rays, and he will force a cancel. Okay. Does deny the fourth. Denies the fourth base. Reinforcing with extra Void Rays. You can see that he's forcing a Ling Hydra response. And without Banelings, I will say the Rogue's army is quite vulnerable to the massive amount of Zealots we're about to see. Those things, they move out. No defensive Zealots here, so there's no sign of what's to come. Not yet. Nice round, though. Nice round of the Sentry. We have 7 gateways on those. Jesus. And here comes the... Let's go. Here comes the Overlord. The Overlord sees everything. Confirms the mass gateway. Confirms the Twilight Council on the Forge. He confirms the ground army. Does confirm. Otherwise, this could look like Sky Toss. And Rogue, he's already pushing. Oh, okay. He's already moving out. A charge is not done. Yeah, no shot. Pre-charge. The slow lots, they cannot defend. Yeah, Hydras have arrived. Rogue is just going for the kill, going for the throats. SOS, he needed more time. He needed more time here. As Hydras, they were distracted for a moment. Charge is almost done. Charge finishing up in a couple of seconds. Void Rays, they distract. Keeping the army busy. But I believe Rogue should still have enough here. As he does collapse in. Oracles get shut down. There's barely any Zells left over. Nice kiting there by Rogue. Nice auto stepping. And with that, Rogue, he has done it. He has broken SOS, and we are going to the ace match. GG gets called. Rogue ties up the series, punishes the crazy, awkward build of SOS. And we're going to game 3. We're going to game 3. GG, well played. Running it back, SOS, he went double Stargate, Void Ray production into +1 in charge. Ideally, you're able to catch out a defending player here that's building up their Hydras. But once Rogue got in with the Overlord, which technically SOS could have denied, by the way. SOS, he had the Void Rays, but he did miss that Overlord. That was the same Overlord from the start of the game that did slip by, that did get a full scout of the main base. Once Rogue confirmed, he attacked, right? He recognized, oh, I see that you're switching, you're tech switching into charge, late Twilight Council, late Forge. There's going to be a window in time where I can punish you instead. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going all the way to the ace match, and we'll see how the story ends. We'll see who can claim the series. Let's go. Going to be loading into Title Citadel. Interesting. Title Citadel is one of the more vetoed maps in the map pool here. We expected in best of 5s, but a best of 3, a little bit surprising. Okay. This morning in the top left-hand corner of Title Citadel, we have the red Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg representing Team Falcons, tying up the series and forcing the ace match. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Streamer Zone. It is SOS. Here we go. We have made it. We found ourselves in the ace match. It all ends here. It all ends on Title Citadel. Now, when it comes to ZVPs, I'm a little bit on the fence here. I want to say that this favors Zerg a little bit more. If you remember, we did bring this up in the PvT that we casted between SOS and Bunny, where typically, traditionally, the goal base does belong to the Protoss in PvT, which was the case. Like, SOS did claim the goal base, did take it, and did use it to attempt to overwhelm, of course. Typically, Protoss players do gain map control against Terran. Here, I would say it's more typical for Zerg players to gain map control against Protoss. So there's a higher chance that Rogue can kind of gain map control, take the goal base for himself. So we'll see how our players do adjust. We shall see. Meanwhile, when it comes to the base layout themselves, we don't just have a gold, but in general, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th bases are very spread out. They're very spread out, so you do spread yourself very, very thin, trying to defend. That was also a big factor when it comes to SOS versus Bunny, is that SOS was having a really hard time keeping up with Bunny's army movement. Army rotations were not being seen, and SOS couldn't quite keep up. Couldn't keep up with those rotations. Hello. Wait, what? As SOS, he does not probe scout, by the way. He does hide his probe off to the right hand side. He's going for the proxy. Oh my god. Does go for the proxy, does go for the pylon. Now, traditionally here, I would expect this to be a proxy Stargate, just for Oracle harassed into the bases. That makes the most sense in my mind. Now, proxy Stargate is very, very risky. We'll get into it if we confirm it. Cybercore is done. Yep, there it is, proxy Stargate. Now, personally, I'm not really fond of this build, but I understand it. On the one hand, the Oracle is going to hit very fast. It's going to hit very, very fast, so damage will be done. And if enough damage is dealt, then of course this can pay for itself. The downside is that if this gets scouted, and if this gets shut down, it is brutal as a Protoss player in PvZ to lose your Stargate, right? Because Oracles are so crucial in PvZ when it comes to scouting, when it comes to harassing, when it comes to providing utility and support for your army with stasis traps, with their pulsar beams. Like, Oracles are the bread and butter of early and mid-game PvZ, so to lose your Starport or your Stargate early on is brutal. So we'll see if SOS can keep this hidden. We'll see if he can keep the Stargate alive. As the first Oracle is being chronoed as we speak. Rogue, he gets in, and Rogue should recognize something's wrong. Rogue, he gets a full scout. He sees nothing. He confirms that a pylon is missing as well. He sees 2 pylons. He knows that there's one out there. There has to be. He's looking. So he does fan out. He scouts enough to recognize that something is wrong. But alas, the Oracle is on the way. We have 2 queens here at the natural. Queens are scouted. There's 1 spore in the main base. The Oracle is now revealed. And behind this, you see what I see? I see 3 gates and a Twilight Council. Looks like glaives. So it looks like Proxy Oracle into Glaive Depths. The Proxy has been found. Second Oracle is being made. And you can see the rest of these links are out of position, so the second Oracle should pop out. I don't think we'll see a third Oracle, though. Meanwhile, Rogue is scouting. He's checking for an expansion. He does confirm there is no third. That is very suspect. There should be a third base by now. And the Overlord is coming in for the scout. Now, it's a bit of a late scout. The Overlord was very far back. So, late scout, late realization. We can see, of course, that there's going to be mass Glaive Depths. And Rogue, he's going to get in there. Thankfully, there's no anti-air. There's no Stalker. There's no Void Ray. Oh, as Links are forced to cancel. They deny the third. Likewise, the proxy has been found, or the proxy is being dealt with. And the Overlord is making its way in. Safety Roach Warren here by Rogue. He's getting his Roach Warren. Ooh, does barely not get the Adept. Overlord doesn't check. Oh, the Rough Rally. Yeah, Rough Rally here does go further into the main base before checking the natural. But at this point, Roach should be aware. Yeah, Roaches. Roach production has begun. We've got decent SimCity here at the natural. He should be looking to fully wall off. And here comes SOS. Here come the Adepts. Yeah, Glaives are now done, and Rogue is making more Roaches. Does surround the first Adepts, and he's getting called out. Yeah, we're premature. SOS is premature. He does bleed out 3, 4 Adepts already. The rest of the Adepts were just too far behind. Yeah, they were too far behind. Again, SOS moving in with a disjointed army. Strength in numbers, Pat. 8 together strong. We gotta... Yeah, it's being pulled apart. Being pulled apart here. Adepts, they fail to get into the mineral lines. 0 damage is dealt. Overlord eventually sees everything. And Rogue responds with the Spire. Good call. Going for the Spire, going into Mutas. Lings, they once again hit the third base. Now, there's still a decent amount of Adepts out there. They're still out there. They can still threaten a dive. Their potential, I should say. So once again, they threaten a shade. Lings, they go back towards the Stargate. And finally, we'll be depowered. Now, the other scary thing about what's happening here, we spoke earlier at the start of this game about how I'm not too fond of the proxy Stargate, because if you lose a Stargate, I mean, that's a big blow here to your own, like, capability here of what you can make. Because of the Spire, SOS can't make Phoenixes. Phoenixes are a standard response here because you open Stargate, you have your Stargate at home, you go Oracle, you scout a Spire, you make Phoenixes. That's not possible here. Not for SOS. So no Phoenixes. He does have a lot of Blink Stalkers at least, true. Gonna have a bunch of Blink Stalkers, so he'll have some anti-air. But less than he otherwise would have. In a standard game. As SOS, he's still staying on a relatively lower gateway count, still 6 gates. Oh no, the wall's open! Yeah, the wall's wide open. Lings, they flood in, they head into the natural, into the mineral line. Probes are going down. And SOS, he's... Oh god, no, he's forced to recall. Will lose 1 Stalker in the process. Recalls back home, he does defend his main. But things looking rough here for SOS. Again, the economy is still lacking. Actually, I say things looking rough. Rogue never took a 4th. Oh. He should have a 4th base by now, and Rogue, he has not been droning either. And it's not like Rogue has lost many workers. He's lost only 4 drones. He's just not been droning. Oh, rough shade. What I mean by that is, economically, SOS is looking okay compared to Rogue. Like, his economy is not that bad. in comparison to our Zerg player here, who again has not droned up his third base. Muta production has begun. Got 8 mutas on the way. We're getting messy. We're getting very messy here. Mutas they can harass, of course. That's what starts poke in. So far trading well. Doesn't lose any stalkers. At the same time, mutas are making their way towards the third base. Cannons are in position. SOS does react, does respond. It does respond in time. These mutas not really finding much damage here, but there we go. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 probes going down, diving into the main base, finding more damage. Yeah, 6, 7, 8, getting up to 9 kills. Mutas are paying for themselves. Rogue, he's finally droning. We could have seen this earlier, 100%, but at least now he's finally starting to drone up a little bit. Saturating his fourth base. And Rogue is about to max. He's about to max out. These stalkers are not able to break on through. They're being denied. Oof. Oh, rough movement here as we're just on move command. Jesus. Yeah, rough control there out of SOS. Again, we're getting messy, buddy. Very messy. Just rough movements. And with that Rogue, he's maxed. He's maxed out, and now we can break out across the map. Yo, we got the boys. Got boys in the main army control group as well. Let's go. Let's go. Again, we're getting messy. It's fine. Look, when they were larvae, they just wanted to be roaches. That's all they wanted back. That's all they wanted. As Rogue is pushing forward, despite all these blinks here, he can break through into the expansion. And Rogue can afford to trade efficiently here at this point. He can be trading inefficiently. Got plenty of roaches to work with. Files are connecting. Baits out the stasis traps. Just zoning back SOS, pushing into the mineral island as well. Music collapsing on top of the oracles. Ooh. Oracles, they barely get away. But GG gets called. The third is broken, and Rogue, he will claim the series at 2-1. And Rogue will qualify for the season of the RSL. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very chaotic series is what we expected and what we got. It's a very chaotic series, back and forth here and back again. Rogue, he does claim the series 2-1. Again, we had a lot of chaos, a lot of aggression. Game 1 was Celestial Enclave with Rogue being hyper greedy, being punished, but then SOS was messing up his macro, so things got very, very messy, very down and dirty. Coming into game number 2, we did experience something a little bit different here, loading into the Old Republic. We did have SOS trying to be more active and more aggressive and trying to go for something quirky specifically. Remember, he was going for Void Ray. He was going double Stargate, Void Ray into charge, but he got scouted. He got scouted. Rogue, he confirmed the build. He recognized there was an opening. He could be aggressive, and he was able to break SOS before charge could really kick in, before he could get into his own build. He was shut down on the Old Republic. Then, of course, it all ended here on Title Citadel. Also, a very chaotic game. Proxy Stargate, Proxy Oracle into Glaive Adepts. But I would say the execution of the Glaive Adepts was not quite there, right? The execution was lacking. We saw him kind of trickling with the Adepts, losing like 4 or 5 Adepts at first, then the others came in as well. It was kind of a staggered attack from SOS. It was very messy, and it got shut down very early. And to be honest, the Adepts didn't get any damage, right? They got 0 damage done. Not just that, but remember, the third base was cancelled. He was forced to cancel the third base as well, so just a really rough early game here for SOS, with the Adepts kind of falling on their face, with the third base being cancelled as well. Rogue, he wasn't droning much, so that kind of made things messier and closer than they needed to be, because he just refused to drone, but he was playing very safe anyway. He was very safe, he was under no real danger, and in the end, GG. GG, well played. Rogue, he got into his mutas, he was able to harass and able to break out with his maxed roach army. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations to to Rogue. My condolences to SOS, as we can catch up on the bracket itself and go over some of these results. Oh boy. Now, again, this was the second broadcast of the day. We earlier caught up and we were able to cover the Americas qualifier, the Americas server qualifier. Now we just wrapped up with the Korean qualifier, and there's one qualifier left. Oh boy. Here in this event, we had Bunny. Bunny took down SOS initially 3-2, went all the way to the ace match. Bunny almost pulled off, SOS almost pulled off over a sweep. Very close, very intense. We then had Trigger looking dominant. Trigger, he 3-0'd Rogue to also qualify. And then bam, down here we had the third place match, Rogue 2-1 over SOS. I'm sure there are some people asking, but as a reminder, originally this was going to be a best of 5, but they both agreed on a best of 3 because of Little League Cup and other events that are going on. Bearing in mind as well that SOS was also fatigued because SOS also played in the Americas qualifier a couple of hours ago as well. And there was like an hour and a half break in between qualifiers. So very little break, very little downtime. But let us catch up on the overall bracket here. Un momento, papi, un momento. Do you need a moment? To set things up. There we go. Okay. From the top, exclamation mark B, exclamation. Jeez. That's just a massive wide thing. But that's quite a bracket, Pappy, quite a bracket. But exclamation mark B in the chat. So if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves, I can actually move this over a little bit here. There we go. We can have a look at the Wikipedia page. Okay, so we have our invites. So we had a Classic, Hero, and Zan making it through and being invited alongside Rainer. Classic, Hero, Zan, and Rainer. They were the top 4 players from the offline events, from the RSL offline finals. So 3 Protoss and 1 Zerg player. They do make it through, and they are invited here into Season 4. We then have our qualified players through the Americas qualifier. We have Björn alongside Cham and Shin. 2 Zergs and 1 Terran. They do make it through the Americas qualifier, actually having a player from the Americas as well. Shout out to Cham. Then we have the Korean qualifier. This is Trigger, Bunny, and Rogue. One of each race. The balance, back to the balance. As Trigger, Bunny, and Rogue do qualify through the Korean qualifier later on tonight in around 4 hours. In 4 hours time, we are not going to be live, but I'm sure there are going to be some other casters covering that event. But in 4 hours time, we have the European qualifier. That's for 3 more players. So players that failed to qualify, that didn't make it through, they have another chance. They have another chance in that final European qualifier. Remember, these are not regional qualifiers. They are server qualifiers. That means that Koreans can play in the European qualifier, but they'll be forced to play on the European server. They'll be forced to, they can play in the European qualifier. They're going to be forced to play in the European server. So there's going to be that ping disadvantage for players outside of Europe competing in that qualifier. So Europeans have that advantage. Bear that in mind. Despite that, we still have seen some Koreans qualify through the European qualifier. That's happened before, so it could happen again. They'll have another chance. And then we have the fan votes. We have the fan votes. Now, the way that the fan vote works is that the only players eligible for a fan vote are players that played in the qualifiers. So, for example, who didn't play in the qualifier? Solar. Solar didn't play in the qualifier. Maru didn't play in the qualifier. You can't vote for them. You cannot vote for them. They have to have played in the qualifier and failed to qualify to be eligible to be a pick for the fan vote. The fan vote is locked behind a Patreon paywall. So if you're a patron, if you're a supporter of RSL, then you do have voting potential for who can be a part of this. So for example, hey, SOS, he failed to qualify, but he did play in both the Americas and Korean qualifier. If SOS fails to qualify in the European qualifier, or if he doesn't play in the European qualifier, he is still eligible for a fan vote. And I would say that there's a very high chance that SOS gets the votes. Like SOS, he is a fan favorite. Like everyone knows him. He has a history behind him. I can see people voting for him, 100%. I said this last time, I can see people voting for SOS. I can see people voting for Gumiho. Gumiho, he also has a strong fan base where everyone finds him, I find him very entertaining. So I can see like players like SOS, players like Gumiho, like I can see them like garnering like a lot of fan recognition and having a chance to be a part of RSL through the fan vote as well. So yeah, bear that in mind. That's also going to be another factor when it comes to who can compete in RSL. True. Flashbang out, True. Yo, este lechito. Shout out to Milk and Cookies. Shout out. But with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. And again, there's going to be the European qualifier in around 4 hours time. We won't be casting it here, but I'm sure it'll be casted by some of the other casters, maybe some other language casters as well, like Indie or TKL in Polish and French, or again, I'm sure there's going to be some other coverage. We're going to be sleeping at that point. We're going to be in bed, Matt. We're going to be in bed. It's going to be 5 a.m. in the morning. No, thank you. But otherwise, if you want to tune into more of the CranKy Ducklings, bam, you can see our schedule here. We're going to be live tomorrow morning with the Home Story Cup Group C replay cast. We're catching up with Home Story Cup, unfortunately. So if you're maybe tuning in for the first time, welcome. This is the CranKy Ducklings. We've been casting StarCraft on a daily basis since 2020, ever since COVID. We've been casting StarCraft every single day. We cast more StarCraft than anyone else out there, more than Wardy, more than Steadfast, more than anyone else. We have the quantity, and we have a little bit of the quality as well. And we had been the B stream for Home Story Cup for the past couple of years, but unfortunately we were unavailable this season. We were unavailable for this Home Story Cup. Unfortunately, there were some other things happening IRL, so we missed it. That is why we're catching up. So we're catching up with the Home Story Cup replay casts. We already covered Group A and Group B, and we're going to be catching up with Group C this tomorrow morning. So that's going to be our next cast. We also have the Sparkling Tuna Cup tomorrow evening. The Tuna Cup, that is an open tournament. It is similar to the Wardy 3 Monday and Monday Night Weekly and Pegasus Cup. So if you look at those events, it is very similar. I mean, it's the same. It's an open tournament, except the Tuna Cup has been running for a lot longer. Tuna Cup is the longest running open cup out there in StarCraft right now. It wasn't until the ESL Pro Tour ended, right? The EPT weeklies were running a lot longer than our event, but now that they ended, we've got the longest running open cup, pappy. Let's go. So we do have the Tuna Cup. That is our weekly tournament on Sunday. So we'll be getting into that. Again, expect players like Classic, Beyond, Showtime, Skilless, Nightmare, and many others. Sometimes solo, sometimes Shin. They do face off in the Tuna Cup, so yeah, tune in over the weekend. That is going to be live there on the channel on the CranKy Ducklings. Otherwise, we're going to be heading off. I'm going to go get some food. It is 11 p.m. here in Australia. Gonna get some food, get some rest, and get ready for the next cast. The Home Story Cup replay cast is going to be in 12 hours. 12 hours time, we'll be live. We will be live. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for all the raids as well, for the support that we did receive earlier from Luis TGG and also from Baby Links as well. So thank you so much for the raids. We do appreciate it. Likewise, if you want to support us, you can do so via Patreon, !Patreon, bam, in the chat. Our Patreon does fund our tournaments. The Open Cup that we mentioned, the Tuna Cup, that is funded via the people, for the people, through Patreon. So you can help us grow our weekly tournament and make it even greater, even better for the players by boosting the prize pool. You can help us out there. Otherwise, you can follow us on all the socials. If you missed out on the Americas qualifier, I do recommend it. There was some crazy games in the RSL Americas Server Qualifier. A lot of Koreans were competing in that event as well. If you missed it, YouTube is the place to be. Socials or YouTube, and you can check out our YouTube channel. All the VODs are there. We upload on YouTube on a daily basis. Plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft, plenty there on YouTube. Otherwise, we'll see you tomorrow. Jeez. I'm starving. I'm gonna go get some food, baby. I'm gonna get some food. Thanks for watching. Thanks so much for the support. I appreciate it. Sorry, I apologize if I was slurring my words a little bit. I did notice it during that last cast, during the last couple of games. I'm just very hungry and very tired, so I'm gonna go get some food. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. Until then, ciao, papi, ciao. Stick around. We're gonna be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Give them some love. Give them some support. We'll see you guys next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time.